Chapter 940. The evil repellent 7 time ticked by and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Almost all the disciples of the Devil Palace had gathered in the Heavenly Devil Square of Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. It was bustling with activity. Tomorrow was the day they would head to the outer courtyard of the Jiaoshan Academy. Today, the 5 people would gather in Yen City and the Flame Emperor would lead them to the assessment location. As for the many disciples of the Heaven Peak Devil Palace, Demon Shadow, one of the 5, had died in Yen City 3 months ago. As for Zhuo Wen, he had just joined the Heaven Peak Devil Palace not long ago. Therefore, these disciples had come to persuade Master Demon to replace him. Swoosh! The Demon Dao slowly appeared in the Heavenly Devil Square. However, his gaze was fixed on a black palace not far away. This palace was specially arranged for Zhuowen. 2 months ago, he had recorded the secret method of entering the Dao using the Demon Dao on a jade slip and gave it to Zhuowen. After that, Zhuowen immediately went into seclusion in the palace. The threshold for entering the Dao using the Demon Dao was very high. Even though the secret method was created by the Demon Dao, he had spent nearly half a year to grasp the basics. Hence, the Demon Dao naturally didn't think that Zhuowen would be able to comprehend the secret method of entering the Dao using the Demon Dao in 2 months. Palace Master. A group of people walked out of the Heavenly Devil Square. There were a total of 7 people in this group, and all of them had powerful auras. The person in the lead had the most powerful aura. This person wore tight black clothes, had short black hair, and had a silver ring on his nose. His eyes were filled with evil. When the 7 of them walked out, a commotion broke out in the Heavenly Devil Square. Many disciples looked at the 7 of them with fear and dread in their eyes. Clearly, the 7 of them were quite famous and intimidating in the Heavenly Devil Palace. The Evil Repellent 7. I wonder why they are here. Don't you know? The leader of the Evil Repellent 7, Mo Ling, broke through to the Xuanzuan realm a month ago. This time, he is probably here to ask for Mo Ying's spot or even to replace Mo Ying. Mo Ling's strength is indeed not bad. Back then, he was only second to Mo Ying in the Heavenly Devil Palace. However, I heard that the spot has been given to the newcomer by the Palace Master. Can Mo Ling even come over? Discussions slowly rang out as everyone stared at the actions of the demonized 7 men without blinking. What is it? Master Demon asked coldly. Mo Ling and the others bowed respectfully, and Mo Ling said, Palace Master. A month ago, Mo Ling successfully entered the Xuanzuan realm. In terms of strength, he's actually not weaker than Mo Ying back then. Originally, I should have replaced Mo Ying's position, but the Palace Master gave all the glory and status of the eldest disciple to a new disciple, so Mo Ling was dissatisfied. Master Demon's lips curled up and he said, You really aren't convinced. Mo Ling froze for a moment before replying, Indeed. Our Heavenly Peak Devil Palace speaks with strength. We don't even know how strong that new disciple is. Rashly giving him the position of head disciple is already inappropriate. Therefore, Mo Ling hopes that the Palace Master can give me a fair chance to compete. If that person is stronger than me, then I have nothing to say. If he's weaker than me, then he doesn't have the qualifications to have that spot. Mo Ling's tone contained a sharp aura. Master Demon looked at Mo Ling with a strange gaze. He naturally knew how strong Zhuowen was. Moreover, Zhuowen's cultivation was at the initial stage of the Sovereign Realm, which was 1 realm higher than Mo Ling. Now, Mo Ling actually proposed to challenge Zhuowen. Wasn't that just courting death? Mo Ling also saw the strange look in Master Demon's eyes and thought that Master Demon wanted to protect Zhuowen, so he said with some dissatisfaction, Palace Master, it's not your character to be biased. Moreover, our Heavenly Peak Devil Palace has always followed the law of the jungle. Could it be that the Palace Master wants to be biased towards that newcomer? Master Demon shook his head and said coldly, Since you want to challenge him, I naturally won't stop you. Moreover, if you can defeat that person, then giving the spot to you is a matter of course. However, everything will have to wait until he comes out of seclusion. The corner of Mo Ling's mouth slightly curled up as he nodded. He then stood aside with the 6 people behind him, silently waiting for Zhuowen to come out of seclusion. However, when the sun was high up in the sky, Zhuowen still hadn't come out of seclusion. Many disciples who were waiting in the heavenly devil square began to feel a little restless. They all guessed that Zhuowen was afraid and didn't dare to come out. Mo Ling crossed her arms, and the contempt in her eyes became even more intense. She was sure that Zhuowen might really be afraid. Master Demon's gaze was still indifferent, as if there was nothing in the world that could make him reveal other emotions. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar of blood soared into the sky from Zhuowen's palace. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it pierced through the sky. Monstrous demonic intent spread out from the palace, causing the entire heavenly peak devil palace to tremble. What a terrifying demonic intent! Could this demonic intent be released by the new disciple? Feeling the terrifying demonic intent, everyone in the heavenly devil square was shocked. Some of the weaker disciples even felt their legs go soft and they almost knelt on the ground. This demonic intent was too terrifying, causing them to feel a sense of submission in their hearts. Mo Ling, who originally had disdain in his eyes, was also a little moved at this moment. He frowned his brows and there was a trace of dread in his eyes. It seemed like this new disciple wasn't simple. He was actually able to release such a terrifying demonic intent. No wonder the palace master gave the position of the head disciple to him. However, Mo Ling's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Even if this person had a powerful demonic intent, he was still confident in his own strength. As long as he defeated this person, he would become the #1 genius of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace's new generation. In the Heavenly Devil Square, the one who was the most shocked was the demon Taoist, who had an indifferent expression from the beginning. At this moment, the demon Taoist's body was trembling. His gaze froze as he stared blankly at the towering blood pillar. Others might only feel that the demonic intent in the blood pillar was very strong, but he could see something deeper. This demonic intent was indeed very strong, and it was released under the control of someone. Only a martial artist who had mastered the demonic intent could release such a terrifying demonic intent. The demon Taoist immediately thought of Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen has grasped the initial step of entering the Tao with the devil in a short 2 months? This guy. The demon Taoist was really shocked. Zhuowen's talent was so high that it had exceeded his expectations. Back then, he had used half a year to master the demonic Tao technique. This was already considered a short time. However, he did not expect that Zhuowen would actually shorten his time record by 3 times. It only took him 2 months to grasp the initial stage of the secret technique of entering the Tao through the devil. Whoosh! A figure rushed out of the blood pillar and quickly arrived in the sky above the heavenly devil square. Everyone raised their heads and saw a young man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. His entire body was exuding an extremely strong demonic aura. This young man's entire body was shrouded in a terrifying blood aura. His figure was faintly discernible and seemed extremely mysterious. This child has actually stepped into the demonic Tao of slaughter. Moreover, he has mastered the demonic Tao technique so quickly. Could it be that this child has experienced the demonic Tao before? Moreover, this experience is related to the demonic Tao of slaughter, so he stepped into the demonic Tao of slaughter. Looking at the figure whose entire body was surging with blood aura, the demon Taoist's eyes narrowed. He remembered that the demonic Tao recorded in his jade slip wasn't the demonic Tao of slaughter, but the demonic Tao of ice. There were thousands of Taos in the world. Although it was the demonic Tao was naturally subdivided into many types. The demonic Tao that the demon Taoist comprehended was the demonic Tao of ice. From beginning to end, he was immersed in calmness and indifference. This was the demonic Tao of slaughter that allowed him to obtain powerful strength and control. But because Zhuowen had used the power of the blood demon to enter the demonic Tao, and the blood demon cultivated the demonic Tao of slaughter. It was a terrifying demonic Tao that sacrificed blood to the heavens. Zhuowen had a unique understanding of the demonic Tao of slaughter. Although the jade slip that the demon Taoist gave him didn't contain any cultivation methods for the demonic Tao of slaughter, since they were both part of the demonic Tao, their cultivation methods would naturally lead to the same goal. From the jade slip that the demon Taoist gave him, Zhuowen naturally walked onto his own demonic Tao. Have you grasped the initial mastery of the demonic Tao technique? Zhuowen slowly descended beside the demon Taoist. The demon Taoist couldn't help but ask. I have indeed grasped the initial mastery. The power of the demonic Tao is truly terrifying. It can actually increase my strength by so much. Demon Taoist, how many realms does the demonic Tao technique have? Zhuowen suddenly asked. 5 realms, and each realm is more terrifying than the last. Currently, I have only grasped 2 realms of the demonic Tao. Your demonic Tao is different from my demonic Tao. Yours is the demonic Tao of slaughter. This also means that if you want to take the demonic Tao further in the future, you will have to kill. Killing is a virtue. Demon Taoist said in a dignified tone. Killing is a virtue. Zhuowen lightly muttered to himself. In the past 2 months, while he was cultivating the demonic Tao technique, he had also incorporated the power of the blood demon into his body and silently comprehended the intense demonic intent within the blood demon. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, he had naturally grasped the demonic Tao of slaughter. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that because of the existence of the demonic eye, his cultivation of the demonic Tao technique was actually aided by the heavens. His cultivation speed was unimaginably fast. The demonic Tao was divided into 5 realms. Now, Zhuowen had grasped the first realm. However, just the power of the first realm brought endless benefits to Zhuowen. His strength had multiplied, and with his sovereign realm cultivation, he didn't need to fear a golden venerable. Moreover, in the past 2 months, in addition to comprehending the demonic intent, Zhuowen's cultivation had also improved. He had reached the middle stage of the sovereign realm, which could be considered a small harvest. It seems that you are the eldest disciple that the palace master brought back. However, I have to tell you in advance that my heavenly peak demon palace adheres to the law of the jungle. The higher you want to stand, the more ability you have. Mo Ling stood up, stared at Zhuowen, and said loudly, we didn't see your ability, but you sat on the position of the head disciple. So, if you want to live up to your title as the head disciple, then accept my challenge. You want to challenge me? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Chapter 941. Demonic Tao of Massacre, Scared. Zhuowen shook his head and continued, when Mo Ling provoked me, I broke his limbs and crippled his cultivation. Now that you, Mo Ling, have come to provoke me, what will you do if you lose? Mo Ling was stunned and sneered, you're saying that Mo Ling was crippled by you? What a joke. Do you think you can intimidate me with just your words? I'm asking you what will you do if you lose? Zhuowen stared coldly at Mo Ling with his scarlet eyes, causing the latter to shiver. Humph. What else can I do? Naturally, the position of first disciple and entrance examination will belong to you again, Mo Ling replied coldly. Zhuowen smirked and said, they belong to me anyway. How about this, if you lose, you'll pay with your life. After saying that, Zhuowen made his move. His right hand stomped on the air and pressed down. Suddenly, boundless blood qi gathered in the air and formed a huge bloody hand. It was like a mountain that crushed down on the demonic spirit below. Mo Ling was startled. He didn't expect that Zhuowen would attack him like that. He roared angrily and formed a seal with both hands. Waves of black dead spirits gushed out from his body, turning into thousands of feet tall dead spirit phantoms that rushed towards Blood Hand without any hesitation. You're just a facade. Zhuo Wen's voice rang out again. Then, the bloody hand grabbed the huge dead spirit shadow and squeezed it. The dead spirit shadow didn't even let out a groan before it shattered into countless pieces. Boom! The bloody hand fell from the sky and covered Mo Ling. Then, the entire heavenly devil square trembled violently. The bloody hand slammed on the ground and formed a huge palm print. Mo Ying's figure disappeared completely. At this moment, the entire heavenly devil square fell into dead silence. Mo Ling was the second genius of Tianfeng Demon Palace and had just advanced to the Xuanzuan realm a month ago. He was a rising star and genius of Tianfeng Demon Palace. However, such a genius was easily killed by a single palm strike. Looking at Zhuo Wen's appearance, it was as if killing this demon spirit was no different from killing an ant. There was not the slightest expression on his face. The blood qi around Zhuo Wen slowly dissipated. His blood-red hair and eyes also returned to normal. It was obvious that Zhuo Wen had left his demonic state. The demonic Tao of massacre is very powerful. The increase in strength is even more terrifying than my demonic Tao of ice. I really don't know how powerful you'll be when you reach the Emperor realm. Demon Taoist. His demonic Tao of massacre was actually already very powerful, but Zhuo Wen's demonic Tao of massacre was much more tyrannical than his demonic Tao of massacre. It was a demonic Tao of massacre was massacre. Was the demonic Tao of massacre? It was demonic Tao of massacre. It was demonic Tao of massacre was a demonic Tao of massacre. Master Demon could even foresee that if this young man continued down this demonic path, he would eventually create a monstrous sea of blood. This was because this demonic path was destined to require one to step over mountains of corpses and seas of blood in order to reach perfection. However, Master Demon didn't expect that Zhuo Wen would have the Buddha demon eye. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhuo Wen to lose himself in the demonic slaughter Tao. The devil Tao was the master of slaughter while the Buddha guarded the heart. Everything was about balance. With the control of the Buddha devil eye, Zhuo Wen would only fight according to his heart. He wouldn't be dominated by slaughter because of the devil Tao. Palace Master. This person is too audacious. He actually dared to kill a fellow disciple in the heavenly devil square. This person is unfilial and should be executed. The remaining 6 members of the demonized 7 recovered from their shock and revealed expressions of grief and indignation. Mo Ling was their big brother. Ever since the 7 of them had joined the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace, they had supported and helped each other. Their relationship was quite deep. Now, as the big brother of the demonized 7, Mo Ling had been slapped to death by Zhuo Wen. The remaining 6 naturally resented Zhuo Wen in their hearts. They wanted nothing more than for Zhuo Wen to be buried with Mo Ling. Zhuo Wen's gaze was as calm as water. He said to Master Demon, that Mo Ling clearly said that your Heavenly Peak Devil Palace follows the law of the jungle. I'm strong and he's weak, but he recklessly provoked me. Doesn't he deserve to die? Master Demon, what do you think? Zhuo Wen's words caused the 6 people to become even more furious. At the same time, their gazes landed on Master Demon. They knew that the only one who could uphold justice for their big brother was Master Demon. Zhuo Wen is right. Mo Ling deserved to die. What's the point of you pestering him endlessly? If you have the ability, you can seek revenge on Zhuo Wen. I won't stop you. Master Demon said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 of them went silent. Asking the 6 of them to seek revenge from Zhuo Wen was no different than courting death. After all, Zhuo Wen's slap was enough to kill an expert of the Xuanzuan realm like Mo Ling. Even if the 6 of them joined forces, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the 5 heavenly sovereigns led by Xiang Tianzuan rushed out of the palace where Zhuo Wen was in seclusion. They surrounded Zhuo Wen respectfully. Master Demon. Let's set off now. I'm afraid that the other 4 people from Yen City should also be heading to Yen City. Zhuowen said indifferently. Master Demon nodded and brought Zhuowen to the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with hope. Finally, Zhuowen was going to enter the Excellent Divine Academy. According to Master Demon, the Excellent Divine Academy was recruiting disciples for the outer court. Aside from the outer court, the Excellent Divine Academy also had a mysterious inner court. Zhuowen didn't know whether Mu Qinxue would be in the outer court or the inner court. However, he was very clear about Mu Qinxue's talent. In addition, she had entered the Excellent Divine Academy a few years earlier than him. It was possible for her to enter the inner court. Zhuowen didn't care too much about this. He knew that as long as he entered the outer court, he would enter the inner court sooner or later. Although he didn't know the requirements to enter the inner court, he was still confident in his talent. I wonder how the cold poison in Mu Qinxue's body is doing. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. There was a trace of worry in his voice. Although Xiao He said that the seven-colored phoenix fire could suppress the cold poison for 3 years, this was only Xiao He's estimate. The outbreak of the cold poison could be brought forward or delayed. Therefore, Zhuowen had to fuse the heavenly fire as soon as possible. Currently, Zhuowen had a total of 8 types of earth fire. Apart from the previous 7, the sun fire in the divine sun furnace wasn't any weaker than the earth fire. In fact, it was much stronger than the earth fire. Therefore, Zhuowen could use the fire fusion art to fuse the sun fire with the other 7 types of earth fire. Fusing 8 types of earth fire wasn't as difficult as imagined. However, 9 was an extreme number. Once the number of earth fire reached 9, the incompatibility would be magnified without limit. The flames would also mutate and deviate from the category of heavenly fire. Back then, Elder Xiuan had already tried it, but failed. This was also the point that Zhuowen was most worried about. Fortunately, Elder Xiuan had given Zhuowen a suggestion. That was to find a 1,000-fold fossil as a catalyst. Perhaps, he might be able to fuse the heavenly fire. Elder Xiuan had also mentioned that the lead to the 1,000-fold fossil was in the possession of the chief arcanist of the Divine Sun Academy, Mu Feng. In addition to the Holy Ice Fire Talisman, Zhuowen had to enter the Divine Sun Academy. Soon, Demon Daoist, Zhuowen, and the others arrived at Yen City. At this moment, Yen City was exceptionally lively. Moreover, all the cultivators in Yen City were rushing towards the Yen Huang Plaza in the center of Yen City. This was because the Flame Emperor was preparing to bring 5 monstrous geniuses to the outer court of the Divine Sun Academy to participate in the entrance exam. This exam was related to the honor of the Yenxian Empire. After all, there were many powers like the Yenxian Empire in the eastern lands. Those powers would also send their top geniuses to participate in the entrance exam of the Divine Sun Academy. If the geniuses of the Yenxian Empire performed well in the exam, the reputation of the Yenxian Empire would naturally improve. This was an indelible benefit to the development of the empire. Let's go to the Yen Huang Plaza. The teleportation array to the outer court of the Divine Sun Academy is located in the Yen Huang Plaza. Demon Daoist said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen naturally had no objections. Soon, their group arrived at the Yen Huang Plaza. At this moment, the plaza was surrounded by a sea of people. Basically, all of them were cultivators who came to watch the show. In addition, Zhuowen discovered that there were 2 groups that had arrived in the plaza. Zhuowen was very familiar with one of the groups. Zhuowen was also familiar with the people in the group. It was actually the group from the Clear Void Valley. The leader was Qing Shuzi, and Zui Qingfeng was silently following behind him. Qing Shuzi and Zui Qingfeng naturally also noticed Demon Daoist and Zhuowen's group. Their faces twitched. Back then, Zhuowen had caused their Clear Void Valley to suffer miserably. He even robbed their Clear Void Valley, causing them to suffer heavy losses. However, the 2 of them were a little surprised that Demon Daoist would actually bring Zhuowen along. Could it be that he was planning to give the Devil Shadow spot to Zhuowen? Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to Zui Qingfeng and Qingshuzi's unfriendly expressions. Instead, his gaze was placed on the other group. This group was completely made up of women. Moreover, these women all had light veils covering their faces, making them look rather mysterious. At the front of the group was a woman with a graceful figure. Her posture was graceful, just like a water snake. Every movement of hers was filled with charm and seduction. When Zhuowen first saw her, he was stunned for a while before regaining his senses. That's Xian Xing from the Myriad Star Palace. She's a peerless beauty and has the title of the #1 beauty in the Yan Xian Empire. Her strength can't be underestimated. She's even above Zui Qingfeng and Devil Shadow. She's a true monstrous genius. Demon Daoist introduced her to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded his head. He naturally knew about the Myriad Star Palace. It was also one of the 5 great factions in Yen City. It was said that this faction was the most low-key and mysterious one among the 5 great factions. Moreover, the geniuses that they nurtured were all famous experts. The arrival of Demon Daoist with Zhuowen and 5 great heavenly sovereigns immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the crowd saw that the 6 people beside Zhuowen were all heavenly sovereign experts, they were all stunned. Soon after, an uproar broke out. 6 great heavenly sovereign experts. Such a terrifying lineup wasn't something that an ordinary faction could take out. Among the 5 great factions, only the imperial family had such a foundation. Chapter 942. The Flame Emperor and Mo Lingtian, they are from the Celestial Peak Devil Palace. I remember that the Celestial Peak Devil Palace only has one heavenly venerate expert, the Demon Daoist. How come there are suddenly 5 more heavenly venerates? Also, isn't the genius of the Celestial Peak Devil Palace Missouri Ying? Who is this person? A young girl beside Xian Xing asked doubtfully. Xian Xing's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, but her gaze was focused on the young man in the middle of the 6 heavenly venerates. She realized that whether it was the Demon Daoist or Ziyang Tianzuan's group of 5, they all seemed to be faintly centered around this young man. Xiao Yuan. Do you know a young man who has been rumored in Yen City recently? Xian Xing suddenly asked softly. The girl named Xiao Yuan exclaimed in surprise and nodded, of course I have. It is said that a monstrous genius suddenly appeared in Yen City. Not only did he destroy the Xiaoyan family, even Zui Qingfeng and Mo Ying were no match for him. This monstrous genius is called Zhuowen. Speaking up to here, the girl seemed to have realized something. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the young man and said, Senior sister. You mean that this young man surrounded by 6 heavenly venerates is the Zhuowen who has been the talk of Yen City recently? Xian Xing nodded and said, definitely. At that time, Zui Qingfeng used the 9 autumn's wind to escape, and Mo Ying was unfortunately crippled by this Zhuowen. I believe that with this Zhuowen's character, he will not let go of Mo Ying's spot. So he is Zhuowen. But he is so young. He looks to be around 20 years old, a few years younger than Zui Qingfeng and Mo Lingtian. Moreover, he is quite handsome. Xiao Yuan's large eyes stared unblinkingly at Zhuowen as she giggled. Xian Xing shook her head and said, Xiao Yuan, don't keep staring at him. According to the rumors, this Zhuowen is a devil who kills without batting an eyelid. If he gets angry, he might not let you off. Little Yuan stuck out her tongue and giggled, I know. Speaking of which, senior sister, according to the rumors, this Zhuowen is said to be a monstrous genius comparable to Prince Mo Lingtian. Moreover, he is so young and not ugly. Senior sister, aren't you tempted? Xian Xing shook her head, her beautiful eyes were filled with indifference as she continued, what I pursue is the peak of the martial path. Hence, the strength of my other half has to far surpass me. Mo Lingtian from the royal clan doesn't have this qualification, and neither does this Zhuowen. Little Yuan pursed her lips and said, senior sister. Mo Lingtian is the strongest genius in the Yenxian Empire. At your age, it's basically impossible for there to be someone whose strength surpasses yours, right? The eastern lands are vast and boundless. Even the number of geniuses in the outer courtyard of Jiashan Academy is uncountable. Among them, there are many who are stronger than me. Little Yuan, how do you know that at my age, there isn't anyone who is stronger than me? Xian Xing continued to speak in an indifferent tone. Even if I'm far better than you, there should be a standard, right? Senior sister, your words are too general. Little Yuan's eyes rolled as she spoke. Xian Xing was a little helpless. The eccentric junior sister beside her raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance as she softly said, only those who possess the disposition of an emperor before the age of 25 are truly exceptional geniuses. Senior sister. Your requirements are really harsh. Those who can advance to the heavenly venerate realm before the age of 25 are already geniuses amongst geniuses. It's even more difficult to advance from the heavenly venerate realm to the emperor realm. I'm afraid it's very difficult to reach the emperor realm before the age of 25, right? Little Yuan shook her head helplessly. Her senior sister had a cold and arrogant personality, but she was also devastatingly beautiful. Countless young geniuses in Yen City had pursued her, but it was a pity that they had all returned in defeat. This was because Xian Xing's requirements for her other half were too high and too harsh. Otherwise, how can he be called a genius? Xian Xing said indifferently. Zhuowen naturally didn't know anything about the conversation between Xian Xing and Little Yuan. Now, he was silently waiting for the Flame Emperor. In his heart, he was already yearning for Yu Jia Academy. At the same time, he was also a little nervous because entering Yu Jia Academy meant that he was one step closer to Muqinxue. Not long after, another team swept over. This team's style was also very distinct. They were all burly men with bulging muscles. Their bodies were sturdy like giant beasts. This is another super force in Yen City, the Five Elements sect. The young man at the front is the Five Elements sect's genius, K. Tuesday. He's the son of the Five Elements sect's sect master. His talent is also very terrifying. Demon Daozi said to Zhuowen. K2 was extremely sturdy. He was over 3 meters tall and felt like a crane among a flock of chickens. The Five Elements sect master was half a head shorter than K. Tuesday, only the imperial family is left. Zhuowen murmured. His heart was filled with hope. Not long after, 2 figures flew out from the palace at the center of Yen City. One of them was a mighty middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe. Every movement of this middle-aged man faintly revealed a trace of the luxurious aura of an emperor. Flame Emperor. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the middle-aged man. This wasn't the first time he had seen an Emperor Realm warrior. Naturally, he was very familiar with the Flame Emperor's aura. It was the unique aura of an Emperor Realm warrior. The young man beside the Flame Emperor was about 23 years old. He wore a blue brocade robe and had a warm smile on his face. The aura on his body was extremely powerful. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that this young man's skin was snow-white and delicate. His face was as delicate as porcelain, giving Zhuowen an illusion of beauty. At this moment, Zhuowen realized that the words that should have been used on women were more suitable for the young man in front of him. This was because the young man was even more beautiful and enchanting than a woman. This kind of temperament should not appear on a man at all. This devilishly beautiful man was the imperial family's genius, Mo Lingtian. It was said that his cultivation had reached the sovereign realm and his strength was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's sharp senses that Mo Lingtian had an Adam's apple protruding from his neck, he would have suspected that Mo Lingtian was a woman in disguise. Perhaps because he noticed Zhuowen's strange gaze, Mo Lingtian tilted his head slightly. His beautiful eyes met with Zhuowen's and the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a smile that could captivate all living things, causing Zhuowen to be absent-minded for a moment. Instantly regaining his senses, Zhuowen stared at Mo Lingtian with some fear. It seemed that this Mo Lingtian wasn't ordinary. There was actually a trace of enchanting effect in his smile. At the same time, Zhuowen couldn't help but imagine that if this Mo Lingtian appeared on Earth, he would probably become the idol of countless people. This was because this fellow was the type that attracted both men and women. 6 great heavenly sovereigns. How interesting. Mo Lingtian naturally retracted his gaze and muttered in a low voice. Lingtian. That young man is called Zhuowen. He's not a simple character. The Flame Emperor, who was beside Mo Lingtian, also noticed Zhuowen not far away and said meaningfully. Mo Lingtian was startled and immediately said, "So it's that Zhuowen." Recently, there have been many rumors about this Zhuowen in Yen City. However, Father, you actually said that he's not simple. Could it be that this Zhuowen has an extraordinary background? Father will tell you later. However, the time isn't right yet. The Flame Emperor shook his head and left Mo Lingtian in suspense. The latter was a little surprised and couldn't help but pay more attention to Zhuowen. Mo Lingtian's frequent glances made Zhuowen feel a chill in his heart. He secretly complained that he didn't have that kind of fetish. And Zhuowen's reaction made Mo Lingtian feel puzzled. Why is this Zhuowen constantly avoiding my gaze like a woman? Your Majesty, the Flame Emperor. When the Flame Emperor and Mo Lingtian arrived in the sky above the square, countless warriors in the surroundings bowed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with reverence. They naturally had to show respect to the true masters of the Yen Xian Empire. The Flame Emperor nodded his head and immediately looked at the teams of the other 4 forces that had arrived in the square below. He said, "Today is the day of departure for the assessment of the Jiaxin Academy. I believe that the other 4 participating geniuses are all excited, right?" When the Flame Emperor said this, Zui Qingfeng and K2 clenched their fists in excitement. Even Xian Xing was a little nervous. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with hope. However, before we depart, I heard that the demon shadow of the Heaven Peak Demon Palace was crippled by someone 3 months ago. Who do you intend to replace the demon shadow? The Flame Emperor glanced at Zhuowen and asked the Demon Dao. Demon Dao lowered his head and said respectfully, "I have already chosen the candidate. The one beside me is called Zhuowen. He has just joined the Heaven Peak Devil Palace and his strength is outstanding. Therefore, he is the best candidate to replace the demon shadow. So you are called Zhuowen." However, this emperor had once heard of a young man called Zhuowen. Unfortunately, that young man wasn't a member of my Yanxian Empire, but an existence in the top 5 of the Azure Emperor rankings of the Azure Xian Empire. Moreover, that Zhuowen of the Azure Xian Empire was extraordinary. It was said that he killed the genius of the Azure Xian Empire's imperial family, Huangfu Wudao. When the Flame Emperor said this, countless people's gazes gathered on Zhuowen. They knew that the Flame Emperor's words were not without reason. In other words, it was very likely that this person was from the Qing Xian Empire. However, what surprised them was that Zhuowen had actually killed the crown prince of the Qing Xian Empire, Huangfu Wudao. He was really daring. Wasn't he afraid that the Qing Emperor would blame him? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. It seemed that the Flame Emperor knew him well. He said indifferently, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" The smile on the Flame Emperor's face was still warm as he continued, "This Zhuowen is really audacious. Killing the Crown Prince was just a small prelude. This person even dared to face the Qing Emperor directly. Moreover, he killed 5 heavenly masters of the imperial family in a demonic state. Among them were peak heavenly masters, but they all died at the hands of Zhuowen. Wow! Finally, everyone in the square was in an uproar. Zhuowen had actually killed 5 heavenly masters. According to the Flame Emperor, Zhuowen was only a genius of the younger generation. He was only in his 20s, but he was able to kill 5 heavenly masters. What a magnificent feat! Xian Xing was also shocked. Killing heavenly masters was an extremely inconceivable thing to her. Therefore, her gaze stopped for the first time on the young man who was surrounded by 6 heavenly masters. Could the Zhuowen that the Flame Emperor was talking about be this young man? Or did they just have the same name? Mo Lingtian was also interested. He knew that his father had previously emphasized that Zhuowen was not simple. Now that the Flame Emperor had mentioned Zhuowen of the Qing Xian Empire, he couldn't help but connect the two together. It is said that Zhuowen forced the Qing Emperor to use his full strength in a demonic state. The two of them fought fiercely. Chapter 943. 9 Stars of the Void. Teleportation Void. Emperor Qing was the strongest person in the Qing Xian Empire and was a legendary Emperor realm expert. He was on par with the Flame Emperor of the Yan Xian Empire. However, the Zhuowen that the Flame Emperor spoke of was able to fight Emperor Qing even though he had yet to reach the Emperor realm. After a long period of silence, everyone in the Yan Huang Square, including the people from the 5 super forces, looked at the young man who was surrounded by the 6 holy masters. The young man that the Flame Emperor spoke of was called Zhuowen, and the monstrous talent that had suddenly risen in Yan City was also called Zhuowen. They seemed to have guessed something. Senior sister. That Zhuowen's level of freakishness really meets your standards. Moreover, he is even more terrifying. He has yet to reach the Emperor realm, but he has the ability to fight against an Emperor realm expert. Xiao Yuan regained her senses and suddenly teased Xian Xing. Xian Xing nodded his head and also regained his senses. He said calmly, "He is indeed monstrous." However, the Flame Emperor also said that this lad borrowed the power of the demon to reach the Emperor realm. He did not rely on his own talent at all. At most, this person has monstrous means. Looking at Xian Xing's stubborn look, Xiao Yuan pursed her lips but did not refute. She knew Xian Xing's character very well. Once he had set his mind on something, even 10 bulls would not be able to pull him back. Mo Lingtian's beautiful eyes looked at Zhuowen with great interest. His heart was also shocked. If what the Flame Emperor said was true, then this young man called Zhuowen was really monstrous. Emperor realm experts were simply unreachable stars to him. Even though his cultivation had reached the supremacy realm, he was still as insignificant as an ant in front of an Emperor realm expert. Perhaps, an Emperor realm expert would only need a single move to kill him. However, this Zhuowen was actually able to fight against an existence like Emperor Qing. This was simply unimaginable. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Although the Qing Xian Empire and the Yan Xian Empire were not far from each other, the territories of the two empires were extremely vast. Passing through one empire was an extremely large distance. However, the Yan Emperor was actually able to know so much about what was happening in the Qing Xian Empire. It seemed that his intelligence was quite terrifying. The Flame Emperor's smile was still warm as he continued, "Now, there is a monstrous talent called Zhuowen in the Yan city of the Yan Xian Empire. I wonder if these two people are the same person." This question was directed at Zhuowen. The Flame Emperor was Zhuowen. Zhuowen was Zhuowen. The Emperor's voice. Emperor Yan Xian was Yan's Mo Lingtian. The Yan Xian Xian Xing Tian was Xian. The past is just a passing cloud. Now, I am Zhuowen, a disciple of the Tianfeng demonic palace in the Yan city of the Yan Xian Empire. I am representing the Yan Xian Empire to participate in the Jiaoshan Academy's entrance examination, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. The Flame Emperor was stunned. Soon after, he secretly praised Zhuowen's intelligence. He nodded his head and said, "Yes. You are now Zhuowen, a disciple of the Tianfeng demonic palace in the Yan city of the Yan Xian Empire. You are representing the glory of the Yan Xian Empire in the Jiaoshan Academy. I am looking forward to your performance." The conversation between Zhuowen and the Flame Emperor confused the others in the square. However, some of the sharper ones were able to catch some important information. Since the 5 of you are here, I will bring you to the outer yard. However, before we depart, I have to warn you that the geniuses participating in the examination come from various powerful forces in the Eastern Land. There are many forces that are much stronger than the Yan Xian Empire. Moreover, the geniuses sent by those powerful forces are far from what you can imagine. They are truly monstrous geniuses. You may be the top geniuses in the Yan Xian Empire, but when you go out, you will discover that you are nothing. Speaking until here, the Flame Emperor cautioned them seriously. After all, he was an Emperor realm expert and had naturally traveled outside before. In the vast Eastern Land, even an Emperor realm expert like him was nothing. Therefore, he said these words to let the 5 geniuses be mentally prepared in advance. As expected, the vast Yanxian and Qingxian imperial empires are just an insignificant corner of the Eastern lands. The outside world is much larger and more exciting than these 2 imperial empires. Hearing the Flame Emperor's advice, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He knew that if he wanted to pursue a higher realm and greater power, he had to go out and become a world-shaking expert. He would only be a weakling if he stayed in a corner. Xian Xing, Zui Qingfeng, and K2 were extremely excited. Clearly, they were looking forward to a bigger world, more monstrous geniuses, and more intense battles. All of these could stir their blood. On the other hand, Mo Lingtian was much calmer. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Flame Emperor. He knew more about the outside world than the others. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He suddenly stepped out and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the Flame Emperor. These 5 are my slaves. I wonder if I can bring them to the Fine Gods Academy. Whoosh! Hearing Zhuowen's words, everyone in the square looked at Zhuowen in shock. They even suspected that they had misheard. The 5 heavenly masters were actually Zhuowen's slaves. Originally, when Xiang Tianzuan and the other 4 surrounded Zhuowen, everyone thought that they were subordinates sent by Zhuowen's elders to protect Zhuowen. The 2 of them had an equal relationship. But slaves weren't equal at all. Slaves couldn't disobey their master's orders. Even if their master ordered them to commit suicide, they couldn't resist. Heavenly masters had actually become the slaves of a Supreme Being Junior. This fact was too crazy in everyone's eyes. Even Xian Xing and the others were shocked. Their eyes were filled with a strange light. Those were 5 heavenly master slaves. That was a terrifying force. The Flame Emperor pondered for a moment and said, actually, it's normal to bring people from your family to participate in the examination. However, once you enter the outer court, you're not allowed to bring people who aren't from the academy. Otherwise, you'll be expelled. I can't enter the Fine Gods Academy. Zhuowen frowned. In fact, placing the 5 heavenly masters in the Azure Dragon Hall was the safest method. However, Zhuowen only had 2 chances to enter the Azure Dragon Hall now. As for the second chance, Zhuowen planned to enter the Azure Dragon Hall when his cultivation reached the Heavenly Master realm. He was only in the Supreme Being realm now. Naturally, he wouldn't waste such a rare opportunity. However, it said that the outer court has an arcane tower. Inside it are all arcanists recruited by the Fine Gods Academy. Arcanists are actually qualified to bring their slaves into the arcane tower and the outer court, the Flame Emperor said indifferently. Arcane tower. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he cupped his hands once again. The Flame Emperor nodded and continued, the 5 of you, step out. This Emperor is about to activate the teleportation array. This array will teleport you to the outer court. When the time comes, we'll need to borrow some tools to rush to the outer court. As the Flame Emperor spoke, he slowly rose into the air. A terrifying aura surged out, forming an endless hurricane around him. The might of an emperor was fully displayed, causing reverence to rise in everyone's hearts. As for Mo Lingtian, Xian Xing, Zui Qingfeng, K2, and Zhuo Wen, the five of them, under the envious gazes of countless people in the square, took a step forward and flew into the air. Zhuo Wen naturally had 5 Empyreans behind him to protect him. As for Xian Xing, Zui Qingfeng, and K2, they were also accompanied by the leaders of their respective forces. For example, Qing Shuzi of the Clear Void Valley, Daoist Wan Xing of the Myriad Star Palace, and Bouquet of the Five Elements sect. However, their numbers weren't as exaggerated as Zhuowen's. 9 stars of the void, teleport to the void. The Flame Emperor's majestic voice reverberated in the square. Then, everyone was shocked to find that the space thousands of miles above them had collapsed, forming an invisible stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven was derived from the end of the void. The end of the stairway was even more illusory and dark. No one could see what was at the end of the stairway. Step onto the stairway to heaven. The Flame Emperor's voice rang out again, stirring the hearts of Mo Lingtian, Zhuowen, and the others. Let's go. Mo Lingtian was the first to step onto the stairway to heaven. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away. This stairway to heaven is the void technique. It has truly reached the level of thousands of miles in one step. Ziyang Tianzuan, who was beside Zhuowen, exclaimed. The void technique? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. It seemed that the principle of this teleportation array should be the use of the so-called void technique. Let's go up too. Zhuowen said. Following closely behind Mo Lingtian, he took a step forward. Then, Zhuowen felt the wind around him rumble. It was as if they were shuttling through space. In an instant, they appeared thousands of miles away. The void technique allowed one to travel thousands of miles in one step. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with amazement. He took another step forward and turned into a ray of light. He disappeared above the void and swept towards the unknown end of the stairway. The 5 holy sovereigns followed closely behind. With Mo Lingtian and Zhuowen taking the lead, Zui Qingfeng, Xian Xing, K2, and the others did not want to be outdone. They took a step forward and turned into rays of light. Very quickly, they disappeared into the void. Then, the Flame Emperor also stepped onto the stairway. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. Then, the illusory stairway to heaven slowly disappeared as the Flame Emperor left. In a short while, the entire void returned to normal. However, everyone in the square sighed. The void technique in this teleportation array was really magical. One step could travel thousands of miles. Stepping on the stairway to heaven, Zhuowen shuttled through the void. Countless suns, moons, and stars streaked past him. Even if Zhuowen was walking slowly, his speed was still extremely terrifying. The surrounding suns, moons, and stars turned into light spots under this terrifying speed. At this moment, in Zhuowen's eyes, it was a unique and beautiful scenery. I wonder how long it will take to reach the end of this void tunnel. Zhuowen muttered. Only half a day. At that time, we will reach the shore of the Sea of Bitterness. If we want to cross the Sea of Bitterness, we will have to take the boundless sailboat to reach the outer court of Fine God Academy. Chapter 944. Sea of Bitterness. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Flame Emperor beside him. He felt that the Flame Emperor's attitude towards him was different. Furthermore, the Flame Emperor seemed to know everything about him in the Qing Xian Empire. Perhaps the Flame Emperor noticed the confusion on Zhuowen's face. He smiled faintly and said, I know that you are curious as to why I know you so well, right? Zhuowen nodded and didn't say anything. He stared at the Flame Emperor and waited for him to continue. The relationship between the Yanxian Empire and the Qingxian Empire isn't very good. You should know this as well. Moreover, the two empires would often have small conflicts. However, they are all harmless small-scale battles. Both sides are still in the stage of probing each other. It is precisely because of this probing that both empires will send spies to secretly hide in the empires to gather information. When you rose to power in the imperial capital as a commoner, I had already noticed you. The Flame Emperor sighed as he said this. He had specially investigated Zhuowen's background back then. He was actually from a lowly clan in a low-level city. I don't need to say what happened after that. Your rise was very fast and very shocking. The 5 holy venerables behind you are the 5 holy venerables of the Qing Xian Empire's royal family, right? The Flame Emperor glanced meaningfully at the 5 celestial venerables behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and said, "It seems that the Flame Emperor knows me well. I'm flattered. I don't know you in detail. It is just a rough estimate. After all, the 2 empires aren't as close as you think. However, the sensational things you did back then were really unbelievable," the Flame Emperor continued. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. "Your Majesty Flame Emperor, I believe that a martial emperor like you wouldn't be speaking so casually to a venerable junior like me, right? Ha! You are indeed a smart person. Now that you have completely fallen out with the Qing Xian Empire, I'm afraid that the Azure Emperor will not let you off. Now that you are representing my Yan Xian Empire to participate in the Jiaxin Academy's outer court exam." At this point, the Flame Emperor did not finish his sentence. He knew that Zhuowen was a smart person and naturally knew what he was going to say next. Zhuowen shook his head decisively and said, "If your Majesty wants me to join the Yan Xian Empire, then forget it. However, if your Majesty the Flame Emperor wants to take down the Qing Xian Empire, I will definitely do my best to help your Yan Xian Empire once I have achieved something in the academy." Zhuowen's words were watertight. First, he tactfully rejected the Flame Emperor's request to join the Yanxian Empire. Then, he promised to help the Yanxian Empire in dealing with the Qingxian Empire in the future, giving the Flame Emperor a way out. The Flame Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of pity, but he wasn't too disappointed. He knew that a genius like Zhuowen was destined to not be content with staying in one corner. His previous question was just to test him. Zhuowen had high awareness and took the initiative to say that he would help the Yan Xian Empire to take down the Qing Xian Empire after he had achieved something in the academy. After all, the 2 empires were too close to each other. If a conflict erupted in the future, there would definitely be a war. With a monstrous genius like Zhuowen joining, the Flame Emperor believed that the success rate of taking down the Qing Xian Empire would be extremely high. "Zhuowen, with your potential and talent, the speed of your rise should be very fast. I believe that the Qing Xian Empire's destruction won't be too far away," the Flame Emperor said with a smile. Zhuowen cursed in his heart for being a sly old fox, but he didn't reject the Flame Emperor's suggestion. Even if the Flame Emperor didn't say it, Zhuowen would return to the Qing Xian Empire in the future when he was strong enough to go against the Azure Emperor. Now that he had the Flame Emperor's cooperation, the pressure on Zhuowen would be greatly reduced. This was a win-win proposition, so why wouldn't he accept it? "Your Majesty the Flame Emperor. When the time comes for the outer yard assessment, the Azure Emperor should be there too, right?" Zhuowen asked with a cold gaze. The Flame Emperor nodded and said, "Of course. Without the means and protection of the Emperor realm, it's impossible to activate this void formation. However, I think it's better for you to change your appearance during the assessment. The Azure Emperor isn't a good person. If you're caught, I won't be able to save you even if I intervene." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he nodded. His facial muscles immediately wriggled, and he turned into a sickly youth with a sallow complexion. Even his sharp aura became sickly, and it was impossible to tell that this person was actually the Zhuowen who had shown off his ability. What a strange secret technique. Even his aura has completely changed. The Flame Emperor raised his eyebrows and muttered in surprise. The 2 of them chatted in the void passageway as they moved forward slowly. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, they had traversed thousands of miles. During the conversation, Zhuowen had a rough understanding of the Jiaxin Academy's entrance examination. He also had a certain understanding of the entire Eastern land. It turned out that in the Eastern land, there were countless imperial forces like the Qing Xian Empire and the Yan Xian Empire. The Yan Xian Empire and the Qing Xian Empire were the weaker forces among the many empires. Many of the more powerful empires had more than one emperor realm expert, but many of them. In addition to the imperial forces, there were many intricate sects and forces in the Eastern land. These sects and forces were many times stronger than the few sects in the Yan Xian Empire. They were powerful existences comparable to the imperial forces and had extremely deep foundations. These countless powerful forces would fight to send their disciples into the ninth netherworld realm every year. This was because the ninth netherworld realm was the only place in the entire Eastern land that had powerful saints. The ninth netherworld realm was filled with endless mysteries. It also contained countless opportunities and luck. If one's talent wasn't too bad, the warriors who entered the ninth netherworld realm could at least reach the emperor realm. Some of the stronger ones could even reach the half-saint realm. Their might could dominate the world, and their names would spread throughout the world. The ninth netherworld realm was the paradise of the Eastern land's martial artists. The Jiaxin Academy's outer court was the fastest shortcut for young martial artists to enter the ninth netherworld realm. Of course, there were other ways to enter the ninth netherworld realm other than the Jiaxin Academy's outer court. However, these methods required a high price, and one's strength had to reach the emperor realm. This method was usually used by the old monsters of the major forces who wanted to enter the ninth netherworld realm to gain experience. Young martial artists generally joined the Jiaxin Academy's outer court and used the outer court as a medium to enter the ninth netherworld realm. Moreover, from the Flame Emperor's words, Zhuowen keenly discovered that among the numerous forces outside the ninth netherworld realm, there were 7 forces that were above all other forces. These 7 forces were the 4 great sacred dynasties and the 3 great sects. The 4 great sacred dynasties were the Alcade Sacred Dynasty, the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty, the Divine Arm Sacred Dynasty, and the Burning Flame Sacred Dynasty. The 3 great sects were the Myriad Sword Sect, the Cold Moon Palace, and the Yellow Mystery Sect. These 7 forces had the deepest foundations outside the ninth netherworld realm. They were also recognized as the 7 strongest forces by many forces. Moreover, it was said that these 7 forces were secretly controlled by the forces of the ninth netherworld realm. The 4 great sacred dynasties, the 3 great sects, and the Jiaxin Academy's outer court. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. This was the world that a martial artist should pursue. It was vast, powerful, and filled with experts. Half a day passed quickly. Soon, Zhuowen followed the Flame Emperor and stepped out of the void corridor. Then, a ray of blazing sunlight shone on them. Zhuowen couldn't help but squint his eyes. After a long time, he opened them again. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a huge desert area. In this area, barren Gobi Desert could be seen everywhere, as well as old and dilapidated buildings that had been eroded away by the wind. Thousands of miles in front of this desert area, Zhuowen saw a boundless black ocean. The strange thing was that the black ocean was suspended thousands of miles high in the sky. Below the ocean was a misty black fog. The black fog was deep and serene, as if it could devour everything. It gave Zhuowen a terrifying feeling that made his hair stand on end. Behind Zhuowen, the sky stairway in the void began to slowly dissipate and eventually returned to its original appearance. Mo Lingtian, Xian Xing, and the others stood not far ahead and waited. At this moment, when they saw Zhuowen and the Flame Emperor come out, they all clustered around them. "You are Brother Zhuo?" Mo Lingtian looked at the sallow-faced youth in front of him, then looked at the 5 holy masters behind him and asked uncertainly. "He is indeed Zhuowen. However, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, he used a secret technique to change his appearance," the Flame Emperor explained with a smile. Mo Lingtian and the others nodded. They didn't think too much about this issue, nor did they ask about the so-called unnecessary trouble that the Flame Emperor had mentioned. Swoosh! 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 Zhuowen and the others were surprised to find that 7 void stairways had appeared in the sky above them. 7 teams stepped out of the void stairways. The 7 teams looked at each other fearfully, then distanced themselves from each other and flew towards the south. Their direction and purpose were obviously the same. They should be teams from other forces that have come to participate in the outer court assessment. Looking at the 7 teams that had left, the Flame Emperor said softly, "Let's go too. Thousands of miles away in the south, there is a barren ancient city. There, we can take the boundless sailboat to cross the Sea of Misery." So, this is the Sea of Misery. Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the enormous black sea that hung in the sky. The size of the Sea of Misery had clearly exceeded his expectations. Mo Lingtian and the others' expressions weren't any better than Zhuowen's. "Your Majesty, can't we pass through the Sea of Misery directly? Must we take the boundless sailboat to cross the Sea of Misery?" Qing Shuzi, who was standing beside Zui Qingfeng, suddenly asked. The Flame Emperor shook his head and said, "The black fog under the Sea of Misery is called Hell by warriors. There is no return after entering it. Even an Emperor Realm expert will die after entering." Chapter 945. Desolate Ancient City. The ancient city of desolation, as its name suggested, was barren inside. Not even a blade of grass grew. The surface of the huge yellow walls that were hundreds of feet tall had cracks on them. It looked like it had existed for a very long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous figures flashed past from afar, heading towards the desolate ancient city. Although the desolate ancient city was in a dilapidated state, it was bustling with people. It was many times larger and more prosperous than Yen City. Under the Flame Emperor's lead, Zhuowen and the rest also rushed towards the desolate ancient city. When they saw the huge crowd in the ancient city and the terrifying aura that was emitted from time to time, Zhuowen and the rest were stunned. They realized that the ancient city was filled with powerful auras of the 4 supremacy realm experts. There was even a majestic Emperor Qi among them. It was obvious that there were many martial emperors among them. When you enter the desolate ancient city, keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. The ancient desolate city is the only port in the Sea of Bitterness that leads to the outer court of the excellent Divine Academy. Furthermore, some of the powerful martial artists of the eastern lands, in order to go to the 9th netherworld realm, also use the boundless sailboat in the ancient desolate city. Therefore, there are many powerful martial artists inside. Your strength might be considered top-notch in the Yenxian Empire, but in the desolate ancient city, you are nothing. Once you offend someone you shouldn't offend, it will be a disaster that will lead to your doom. The desolate ancient city was a terrifying place. Even a great emperor like the Flame Emperor didn't dare act recklessly in there. He had to be very careful. Mo Lingtian, Zhuowen, and the others all nodded. The Yen Emperor was right. There were indeed many experts in the ancient desolate city, and many of them had auras that they could not see through. Obviously, the cultivation of these warriors was much higher than theirs. As they approached the ancient city, Zhuowen suddenly discovered that the surroundings of the ancient city were shrouded in countless fine blue threads. These blue threads interweaved together to form a magnificent and strange pattern. This is a restriction. In the desolate ancient city, if there wasn't a powerful restriction to protect it, the Sea of Bitterness in front of it would create a tsunami and this huge ancient city wouldn't have survived until now. Perhaps because he saw the astonishment in the eyes of Zhuowen and the rest, the Flame Emperor explained patiently. Everyone nodded in understanding. It seemed like the seals of the desolate ancient city weren't ordinary. From the Flame Emperor's words, Zhuowen knew how terrifying the Bitter Sea was. Ordinary Emperor realm experts wouldn't dare to touch the Bitter Sea casually. One could imagine how terrifying it was. After paying a certain amount of spirit stones, the Flame Emperor led Zhuo Wen and the others into the ancient city. The bustling scene of the ancient city was completely presented before everyone's eyes. Regardless of the number or quality of warriors, the desolate ancient city was countless times better than Yen City. The core of the desolate ancient city was the huge tower that sat in the center of the ancient city. The surface of the tower was engraved with densely packed strange runes. These runes seemed to contain a powerful force. At the top of the tower, there were wisps of blue light condensing. These blue light soared into the sky and spread in all directions, forming a blue restriction around the ancient city. Obviously, the source of the restriction around the desolate ancient city was the central tower. There must be an arcanist with an extremely high cultivation in the tower, maintaining the restriction on the tower. The tower is called the Boundless Tower. It is the port where the boundless sailboat departs from. If we want to cross the Sea of Bitterness, we must depart from the Boundless Tower. Let's go to the Boundless Tower and see if we can cross the Sea of Bitterness on the boundless sailboat today. The Flame Emperor pointed at the central tower. He introduced it to Zhuoan and the others as he led them to the Boundless Tower. The Flame Emperor and his group naturally attracted the attention of many warriors on the way, especially when they saw the 5 young juniors behind the Flame Emperor. They all understood that this group of people was preparing to head to the outer court of the Divine Academy. After all, the outer court entrance examination of the Divine Academy was about to begin. Therefore, during this period of time, all the major forces of the Eastern Land brought their juniors to the desolate ancient city to cross the Sea of Bitterness on the boundless sailboat. Therefore, the surrounding warriors were not surprised. The Flame Emperor did not pay attention to the surrounding discussions. With his Emperor Realm aura, no one dared to provoke his group. After all, offending an Emperor Realm expert for no reason was not worth the loss. Soon, the Flame Emperor and his group arrived near the Boundless Tower. They saw that there were rows of small windows on the bottom floor of the Boundless Tower. Inside the small windows were warriors on the first floor of the tower. These warriors were probably receptionists because many warriors were near the windows and were discussing something with the warriors inside the windows. The Flame Emperor led Zhuo Wen and the others to an empty window. A tall and slender woman with a voluptuous figure was sitting at the window. She stared at the Flame Emperor and the people behind him indifferently and said, "You want to reserve the boundless sailboat?" "Yes. I wonder if the boundless sailboat can depart today." The Flame Emperor nodded and asked. The woman shook her head and said indifferently, "We can't depart today. The earliest we can depart is tomorrow. Because tonight, the Sea of Bitterness will erupt with a huge tsunami that will last for the entire night. If you want to take the boundless sailboat, you can only book a ticket for tomorrow." The Sea of Bitterness is going to erupt with a tsunami tonight? The Flame Emperor frowned slightly and said, "Then book a ticket for tomorrow." The woman nodded and continued, "The boundless sailboat has a special class cabin, a first-class cabin, a second-class cabin, and a third-class cabin. Which cabin do you want to choose? What's the difference between the 4 cabins?" The Flame Emperor frowned slightly. It was his first time taking the boundless sailboat and he didn't know much about it. The woman stared at the Flame Emperor in surprise. Although there was a trace of impatience in her eyes, she reluctantly explained since the Flame Emperor was an Emperor Realm expert, 4th-class cabins naturally have different treatment. The higher the class cabin, the bigger the room space, and the more comprehensive the services provided. As she spoke, the woman pulled with her right hand and a light screen floated in front of the Flame Emperor and the others. The introduction of the 4 cabins and their respective prices are recorded here. Take a good look and let me know when you've made your choice. After the woman finished speaking, she ignored the Flame Emperor and the others. The Flame Emperor and the people behind him all looked at the light screen. However, after looking at it for a while, their faces turned ugly because the price of the boundless sailboat's cabin was so high that it was somewhat beyond their expectations. Take the 3rd-class cabin as an example. The ticket price for one person was 100,000 upper spiritual stones, the second-class cabin was 300,000 upper spiritual stones, the first-class cabin was 500,000 upper spiritual stones, and the special-class cabin was 1 million upper spiritual stones. With such a huge ticket price, even the Flame Emperor's face turned a little green. The force behind the boundless sailboat was too greedy. It was just a trip to the Sea of Bitterness, and they charged such a high price. 2 first-class tickets, please. The Flame Emperor's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a sparkling emerald crystal. The woman put away the green crystal, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of excitement. She nodded, took out 2 rather exquisite cards, and handed them to the Flame Emperor. Her tone also became much more polite. These are 2 first-class tickets. My lord, please keep them well. After keeping the 2 tickets, the Flame Emperor pulled Imo Lingtian to the side and stared at the people behind him without saying a word. It was obvious that the Flame Emperor didn't intend to pay the fare for them. What is that? 1 crystal is worth 1 million upper spiritual stones. Zhuowen was a little surprised by the crystal that the Flame Emperor took out and muttered to himself. That is a star crystal. It is formed from the power of the stars and contains extremely pure power of the stars. This thing can only be refined by an Emperor realm expert. However, His Majesty the Flame Emperor is only at the first heaven Emperor realm. He can't refine many star crystals, so he won't take it out easily. This thing is very valuable. 1 star crystal is worth 1 million upper spiritual stones, and it's the kind that has a price but no market. Suddenly, Xian Xing passed by Zhuowen and her clear voice rang in Zhuowen's mind. Looking at Xian Xing's graceful back, Zhuowen knew that the owner of the voice should be Xian Xing, Star Crystal. This was the first time Zhuowen heard of this thing. However, it seemed that this thing was quite beneficial to warriors. Boy! The Star Crystal is a good thing. If you can obtain enough star crystals, you can refine the power of the stars and experience the power of the stars. This can greatly increase your chances of advancing to the Emperor realm. Xiao Hei's voice rang in Zhuowen's mind again. However, there was a hint of hope in her voice. After the Flame Emperor bought the tickets, the 1,000-star palaces Xian Xing and his elders, as well as the 5 elements Sects K2 and Sect Master Bu K also bought tickets. However, the 1,000-star palace and the 5 elements sect were not as rich as the Flame Emperor and only bought second-class tickets. When it was Zui Qingfeng and Qing Shuzi's turn, Qing Shuzi's face was extremely ugly. This was because after their Qing Su Valley was robbed by Zhuowen, they did not have many spiritual stones on them. 2 third-class tickets, please. Qing Su's face turned red as he said this. The woman at the window looked at Qing Shuzi with some disdain. After taking Qing Shuzi's spiritual stones, she threw the 2 third-class tickets to Qing Shuzi. Perhaps because he felt the woman's disdainful gaze, Qing Shuzi took the tickets and went to the Flame Emperor's side dejectedly. However, he was cursing Zhuowen in his heart. If it were not for Zhuowen, they would not have been reduced to the point where they could only buy third-class tickets. When it was Zhuowen's turn, Zhuowen lazily handed a Qianquan bag to the woman at the window and said, 6 third-class tickets. 6. The woman was stunned. Then, she saw Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 4 standing behind Zhuowen. She nodded and took out 6 tickets and threw them to Zhuowen. Zhuowen casually accepted them and went to the Flame Emperor's side naturally. Chapter 946. Damaged Emperor Weapon. After purchasing the tickets, the Flame Emperor led everyone to an inn in the desolate ancient city. They were prepared to stay there for the night. As for the Divine Academy's outer court examination, it was said that the examination would last for half a month. Therefore, even if Zhuowen and the others did not make it on the first day of the examination, it was fine. After all, there was still half a month, so everyone was not particularly worried. What was worth noting was that the accommodation fee in the ancient desolate city was extremely expensive. It actually cost 5 high-grade spirit stones to stay for a night. Moreover, each room was extremely simple and crude. As for Zhuo, because he had 5 celestial venerables with him, he had to pay 6 times the price. Fortunately, because Zhuo had robbed the Shaoyan family clan and the Clear Void Valley, he was quite wealthy and did not feel any heartache. However, Qing Su Zi and Zui Qingfeng's faces were dark from beginning to end. In fact, after paying for the tickets, they did not have many spirit stones left. Now that the accommodation in the ancient desolate city was so expensive, the two of them naturally felt embarrassed. Helpless, the two of them resolutely booked a room under the strange gazes of the crowd and slept on the same bed in order to save spirit stones. After arranging their rooms, the Flame Emperor smiled at everyone and said, "The ancient desolate city is very big. There are many experts in it, and some experts will sell their useless things to earn some money. If you are interested, you can stroll around the streets of the ancient city. Who knows, you might be able to find some good things." The Flame Emperor's words were very obvious. After all, the ancient desolate city was not like the Yan Xian Empire. There were even many Emperor Realm experts here. The useless things of these experts could be considered treasures to the 4 heavenly sovereigns. Therefore, they could try their luck. Hearing this, Zhuo, Mo Lingtian, and the other members of the younger generation all revealed a bright light in their eyes. If they were able to find some good stuff here, it would definitely be extremely beneficial. "Brother Zhuo, why don't we go shopping together?" The devilishly beautiful Mo Lingtian walked in front of Zhuowen and revealed a faint smile as he said to Zhuowen. Looking at Mo Lingtian, who was more beautiful than a woman, Zhuowen felt a little strange. Perhaps it was because he knew too much in his previous life. Anyway, standing beside Mo Lingtian made Zhuowen feel uncomfortable. "Brother Lingtian, you're too polite. I'm used to being alone." Zhuowen chuckled and hurriedly left the inn. The smile on Mo Lingtian's face froze. He touched his face and felt a little depressed. He felt that Zhuowen seemed to be avoiding him. Was he really that terrifying? Naturally, Zhuowen didn't know what Mo Lingtian was thinking. At this moment, he walked out of the inn and headed towards the southeast of the ancient city. Previously, the Flame Emperor had already told everyone the location of the stall, so Zhuowen didn't need to ask for directions and could reach the destination directly. In the southeast of the ancient barren city was an extremely huge and grand street. The width of the street alone was close to 100 meters, and its length was impossible to estimate. Anyway, from Zhuowen's angle, he couldn't see the end. All he could see was people coming and going. Everywhere on the street, there were stalls that were not small. Some of the larger stalls even had more domineering signboards in front of them, such as the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Hidden Gold House, Transforming Dragon Talk, and so on. In fact, they were just stalls in a small area. So many experts. As soon as he entered this huge street, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Most of the warriors walking on this street were heavenly masters, and there were even Emperor Realm experts. However, there were still relatively few Emperor Realm experts. Occasionally, there would be a few who would pass through the crowd. Most of the stalls on the street were for venerable realm warriors. Looking around, Zhuowen hadn't found any Emperor Realm experts setting up stalls here. However, after thinking about it, Emperor Realm experts didn't lack spiritual stones and money at all. Very few Emperor Realm experts would set up stalls. However, there were always exceptions. Perhaps some Emperor Realm experts needed spiritual stones urgently, so they might set up stalls temporarily to sell treasures. Of course, such experts would easily attract the attention of many warriors if they set up stalls. Moreover, they wouldn't set up stalls for too long. After selling their goods, they would leave. Therefore, it wasn't common to encounter such experts setting up stalls. Zhuowen naturally wouldn't deliberately look for Emperor Realm expert stalls. Instead, He followed the crowd and constantly looked at the stalls on both sides. If he saw something good, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let it go. After all, he was now rich. There's an Emperor Realm expert setting up a stall there. Let's go and take a look. Even if it's useless to an Emperor Realm expert, it might be a treasure to us. What? An Emperor Realm expert setting up a stall? This is the first time in half a year. I haven't seen an Emperor Realm expert setting up a stall in this ancient city for a long time. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far ahead. Then, many warriors who were walking leisurely on the street hurriedly walked forward and surrounded the central stall a few hundred meters ahead. The stall was also extraordinary. There was a faint vision above it, but this vision was suppressed by someone. Zhuowen knew that only an Emperor Realm expert could produce a vision in one's body. Obviously, the owner of this vision was indeed an Emperor Realm expert. Interesting. Let's go and take a look. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen took a step and went deep into the crowd. Soon, he arrived in front of the stall. The stall was very small, only an inch in size. The ground was covered with a checkered cloth. There was a rusty long spear on the stall. Even the tip of the spear seemed to be broken. The body of the spear should originally have patterns, but because of the surrounding rust, the patterns on the body of the spear were covered up. Although the broken spear was very old and rusted beyond recognition, the aura that was faintly revealed from this long spear was quite powerful, faintly having the majesty of an emperor. This is an emperor weapon. And it's a broken emperor weapon. The surrounding cultivators were all extraordinary people. With a single glance, they could see the majestic emperor's aura emanating from the broken spear. This spear had once fought alongside an Emperor Realm expert. The Emperor's aura was the aura left behind by the owner of this spear. At this moment, many of the surrounding warriors were tempted. Although the spear was broken, it was still an Emperor weapon. Although it couldn't be used, it could be used for research. As for the owner of this stall, he was a black-clothed man with a cold expression. This man's eyes were extremely sharp, as if they were sharp swords. If a cultivator with a weak mind were to look into his eyes, it was likely that their mind would be injured. This man is very strong. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. In Zhuowen's eyes, the black-clothed man in front of him was like an indestructible sword. Just by standing there, he gave Zhuowen the illusion that this person was not a person, but an unsheathed sword. This spear has no name. I obtained it by accident. It's an emperor weapon. The price is 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. If you don't want it, you can get lost. The black-clothed man said coldly. He stood in front of the broken spear and his eyes narrowed, no longer paying attention to the surrounding people. Looking at the cold man in front of him, Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders. This man was really overbearing. Although his overbearing way of doing things made many people unhappy, no one dared to refute him because he was an Emperor Realm expert. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones, isn't that too expensive? This price is enough to buy a top-grade Emperor Realm spiritual treasure. Although this spear is an Emperor weapon, it was once an Emperor weapon. Now it's broken to such an extent that it can't be used at all. It's difficult to even repair it. How can you sell it at such a high price? After the cold man stated the price, the crowd quieted down. Many people shook their heads and felt that the price was too high. This broken spear was not worth this price. Zhuowen also shook his head. He also felt that the price was too high. Although the spear was an invincible emperor weapon, it was now broken to such a terrible extent. It was not worth 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. After a moment of silence, a man finally walked out. He was quite old and his hair was white. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, what attracted people's attention was that his aura was as vast as the sea. He was extremely powerful. He was actually an Emperor Realm expert. This brother, you've also seen this Emperor artifact. The degree of damage is too severe. You're asking for 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. How about this, you can reduce the price to 500,000 and I'll buy this broken emperor weapon. The man smiled and said. The surrounding people nodded. This man was also an Emperor Realm expert. The cold man should give him face. Unfortunately, the cold man only glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently and spat out a word, "Get lost." Once the words came out, the crowd quieted down again. The middle-aged man with white hair was also stunned. Immediately, his face turned red and he said in a low voice, "Aren't you too arrogant? We're both Emperor Realm experts. Are you not going to give me face at all? You're just a first-level Emperor Realm trash. How dare you say that in front of me? Get lost or die." The cold-looking man slowly stood up. His sharp eyes actually surged with strands of terrifying sword light. At this moment, the man was like an unsheathed sharp sword, peerless and insufferably arrogant, as if he could cut through everything. Dang dang dang. Under this sharp aura, the surrounding cultivators all took dozens of steps back. The middle-aged man was in a miserable state. He fell flat on his face and then slid a few hundred meters away. Hua! An uproar suddenly resounded. When everyone's eyes gathered on the cold man again, their expressions finally changed. The middle-aged man with white hair was a first-level Emperor Realm expert. However, under the cold man's aura, he fell flat on his face. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Is this man a high-level Emperor Realm expert? My God, there's actually a high-level Emperor Realm expert in the desolate ancient city. Chapter 947. What a prodigal act. A high-level great emperor expert. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the cold man. Although he knew that the man was an emperor, he didn't expect him to be so strong. The white-haired middle-aged man was a great emperor on the same level as the Flame Emperor, but he fell flat on his face in the face of this man's aura. The difference between them was too great. The Imperial Power Realm was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were low-level, the middle 3 levels were mid-level, and the last 3 levels were high-level. This meant that the cold man was a 7th-level emperor. Everyone knew that the difference of a single minor level in the Imperial region was like the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, breaking through to the next minor level was much harder than breaking through to the 4th level. This was also the reason why there weren't many great emperors in the eastern lands. Of course, this was only relative to the huge number of cultivators in the eastern lands. In the 9 Nether Realm, Emperor Realm cultivators could be found everywhere. However, high-level Emperor Realm cultivators were not that easy to find. This was because only 1 in 10,000 cultivators could cultivate to the high-level Emperor Realm. To put it bluntly, if this indifferent man faced Emperor Qing, he would only need one move to kill Emperor Qing. The middle-aged man quickly got up and cupped his hands at the cold man. "Thank you for your mercy. I'll leave now." With that, the middle-aged man scrambled away from the stall. A Emperor Realm expert was scared to such an extent in front of the cold man. This showed that the cold man was extraordinary. The indifferent man did not pay any attention to the middle-aged man who looked like a stray dog. Instead, he stood in front of the stall again and pointed with his right hand. A palm-sized light screen floated above the broken spear. The light screen recorded the price of the spear, 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. After doing this, the cold man sat cross-legged on the stall as if nothing had happened. He closed his eyes and ignored the surrounding cultivators. Perhaps it was because the cold man had forced a low-level Emperor Realm expert to retreat with a shout, so more people gathered around. Among them, there was no lack of powerful Emperor Realm experts. However, when the gathered cultivators saw the unrecognizable spear on the stall and the price on the light screen, they all shook their heads. No one called out a price. Although an Emperor weapon was precious, it was damaged to such an extent. At most, it had some research value. Many people felt that it wasn't worth it to pay 1 million high-grade spirit stones for such research value. Therefore, although the stall here was as crowded as a marketplace, no one opened their mouth to make a bid. The atmosphere was extremely strange. Zhuowen shook his head and thought, this person is really arrogant. He just put the spear on the stall and didn't care about it. Why would anyone buy it at such a high price? Although Zhuowen himself was also a spear user, the damage to this spear was too horrible to look at. Coupled with the terrifying price, Zhuowen did not participate in the bidding. After all, in his opinion, buying this broken spear was not worth the loss. Kid! Buy this spear. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang out, startling Zhuowen. Immediately, Zhuowen's face turned red and he transmitted his voice to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, what are you talking about? You want me to buy this broken spear? That's 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Kid, you have so many spirit stones on you now. What are you afraid of? It's not like you can't take out 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Xiao Hei said with some displeasure. Zhuowen was speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, but you can't be so wasteful. Spending 1 million upper-rank spirit stones just to buy such a lousy spear. Isn't this throwing spirit stones away? What do you know? This broken spear is indeed damaged. However, this spear has an extraordinary origin. I suspect that this spear hides some kind of secret. Xiao Hei said seriously. Extraordinary origin? What extraordinary origin does this emperor weapon have? Zhuowen was startled and immediately asked curiously. If this emperor weapon was really extraordinary, he could spend a lot of money to buy it. Xiao Hei's voice was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled awkwardly and said, actually, I don't know either. However, my intuition tells me that this emperor weapon is not simple. Don't you believe in my intuition? Hearing this, Zhuowen was silent for a moment. Then, he roared in his heart, intuition. Are you lying to a 3-year-old child? Just because of your intuition, you want me to spend 1 million high-grade spirit stones to buy something that might be a piece of junk? Can you be any more prodigal? Xiao Hei curled his lips and did not refute. Instead, he muttered in a low voice, anyway, it's not my money. It won't hurt to spend it. Xiao Hei's words almost made Zhuowen explode. This prodigal thing really did not know how to speak. However, after calming down, Zhuowen began to silently examine the broken spear on the stall. Since Xiao Hei had said so, it was obvious that this broken emperor weapon was indeed extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary it was already broken to such a state. It was no different from trash. Therefore, Zhuowen was somewhat hesitant to buy this broken spear. In the process of carefully examining it, Zhuowen quickly noticed the patterns on the body of the spear. The patterns had been eroded by time and had become rusty. It was basically impossible to see their original appearance. However, Zhuowen discovered that these rusty patterns were not ordinary. Therefore, Zhuowen's gaze was fixed on the patterns on the spear. Gradually, Zhuowen discovered that the originally blurry patterns began to become clearer and clearer. In the end, the patterns turned into a black rune. This black rune faintly revealed a demonic aura. This is a demonic pattern. Looking at the black rune, Zhuowen naturally felt the demonic aura within the rune. This kind of rune could only be carved by a devil. Furthermore, when this demonic pattern appeared clearly in Zhuowen's mind, Zhuowen discovered that the Buddha demon eye hidden in his sea of consciousness actually trembled and automatically switched to the demonic eye. Wisps of black gas drilled out from Zhuowen's glabella. The demonic eye seemed to want to drill out of Zhuowen's body and rush towards the broken spear. Not good. I have to stop the Buddha demon eye. Zhuowen's expression turned serious. He quickly controlled the powerful mental strength in his sea of consciousness and turned it into thousands of threads. He forcefully pulled back the demonic eye that was about to drill out. At the same time, Zhuowen no longer looked at the patterns on the spear body. The patterns on the spear body were demonic patterns that contained an extremely powerful demonic aura. Because Zhuowen possessed the Buddha demon eye, he could see through the patterns and see the essence within. The cold-looking man seemed to have discovered something. He frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. There was a sharp sword light in his eyes. Then, his gaze landed on Zhuowen in the corner of the stall. However, when he discovered that the young man in front of him was only a supremacy, the cold-looking man narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice, "What happened just now? I actually felt a powerful demonic aura. Was it an illusion?" The cold-looking man looked deeply at Zhuowen, then closed his eyes again, as if there was no one else around. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was extremely nervous. This cold-looking man was indeed a high-level Great Emperor expert. He was actually able to sense the demonic aura on him among so many people. Fortunately, he had managed to control the demonic eye in time. If he had allowed the demonic eye to come out, Zhuowen would have definitely become the target of public criticism. At that time, he would really be finished. Xiao He. This broken spear is indeed extraordinary. I've decided to buy it. Zhuowen said to Xiao He inwardly. Xiao He had also sensed the abnormality in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. He nodded and said, "It seems that this Dragon Lord's intuition is as accurate as ever. You didn't believe me just now. How sad." Zhuowen shrugged and ignored the sighing Xiao He. Instead, he came to the front of the stall and gently stroked the surface of the broken spear with his right hand. Zhuowen's actions naturally attracted the attention of countless people around. The cold-looking man suddenly opened his eyes and stared sharply at Zhuowen. He said indifferently, "You want to buy it?" Zhuowen nodded and said, "I'm also an expert spear user. Furthermore, I've never seen a spear-type emperor weapon before. Therefore, I want to buy this spear and study it properly. Perhaps it can be of help to my spear skills." Uproar. When Zhuowen's words came out, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. Many people stared strangely at Zhuowen as if they were staring at a prodigal son. Who is this kid? He's actually so rich to spend 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy a broken emperor weapon. Isn't that too extravagant? He's a sovereign at such a young age. He's also a rare genius. I'm afraid that he's the young master of some great family and doesn't lack spirit stones. Many people in the surroundings secretly shook their heads, thinking that Zhuowen was simply a prodigal son. However, only Zhuowen knew that this broken emperor weapon actually contained powerful demonic patterns. It was very obvious that this was no ordinary emperor weapon. The cold-looking man's gaze turned extremely sharp as he asked again, "Is that why you bought it?" Zhuowen calmly looked at the former and nodded, naturally. "Does Senior think that I have the ability to repair this emperor weapon? Do you think that I can repair it and use it for myself after buying it?" When these words came out, many people in the surroundings roared with laughter. How could it be so easy to cultivate an emperor weapon? Moreover, this emperor weapon was broken to such an extent that even if they invited an experienced arcanist, it would be difficult to completely repair it. Zhuowen's somewhat laughable words immediately made many people in the surroundings make up their minds. This kid was definitely a prodigal son who bought this broken emperor weapon on impulse. Many people even maliciously guessed that after this kid bought this emperor weapon, he would soon regret it. The cold-looking man nodded and said, "Since you want to buy it, take out the spirit stones first." Zhuowen didn't mind. After taking out 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones from his spirit ring and handing them to the cold-looking man, he played with the broken spear in his hand. Wait. Chapter 948. Jian Mu. Everyone followed the voice and immediately saw a group of people walking over from not far away. The leader of this group was a young man with an arrogant expression and a high chin. Beside the young man was a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure and rippling eyes. The lovely shout from before was emitted by this girl. The young man in the lead was unmoved when he sensed the astonished gazes of the crowd. He steadily led the group of people behind him to the front of the stall. He indifferently glanced at Zhuo Wen and pointed at the broken spear in Zhuo Wen's hand. He turned his head and said to the girl beside him, "Chun Hui. Is this the emperor weapon?" The enchanting woman named Chun Hui purposely rubbed against the young man's arm. Her ample bosom swayed slightly, attracting the attention of many people. She said in a sweet voice, "Yes. I really want to study the structure of this broken emperor weapon. This thing is suitable for me to experiment with." Hearing this, the crowd knew that the enchanting woman's prodigal nature was no less than Zhuowen's. She actually planned to spend 1,000,000 upper spirit stones to buy this broken spear for research. The young man nodded and immediately ignored Zhuowen completely. His gaze landed on the indifferent man and he said respectfully, "Senior. How much is this broken emperor weapon? What's the price?" The indifferent man in front of him had a powerful aura. Even the arrogant young man did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. The indifferent man glanced at the young man and said, "I've already sold this item to this little brother. Why are you looking for me?" The young man was startled and immediately looked at Zhuowen. He spread out his right hand and said indifferently, "This thing is useless to you. Sell it to me at a price." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The young man's behavior was somewhat condescending. Moreover, his tone was commanding, giving an unquestionable feeling. This made Zhuowen feel quite uncomfortable. In addition, the young man knew that the emperor weapon was in Zhuowen's hands. He ignored him at first and asked the indifferent man first. After the indifferent man answered, the young man slowly turned to Zhuowen and directly wanted to buy the spear in his hand. Zhuowen raised the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "If you want to buy this emperor weapon, then buy it with 10,000,000 upper spirit stones." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the crowd. Zhuowen was too greedy. He bought it for 1,000,000 upper spirit stones and now he wanted to sell it for 10,000,000 upper spirit stones. Who would buy it at such a price? Sure enough, as soon as Zhuowen's words came out, the arrogant young man's face stiffened and said coldly, "What did you just say? You dare to sell this broken emperor weapon for 10,000,000 upper spirit stones? Didn't you say that you wanted me to sell it?" Zhuowen, the young man, of course. Zhuowen of Zhuowen, Chun Hui, Zhuowen, and Chun Hui. As soon as Zhuowen's words came out, many people in the surroundings stared at the arrogant young man and Zhuowen with ridicule. In fact, many people had expected that Zhuowen would reject the offer in a disguised way. After all, 10,000,000 high-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. "You mean you don't want to sell it?" The arrogant young man also knew the purpose of Zhuowen's high price. He squinted his eyes and his voice became colder. "Since you can't afford it, then forget it. I'll take my leave." Zhuowen shook his head and no longer entangled with the arrogant young man. He wanted to leave, but the young man snorted and blocked in front of Zhuowen. "What do you mean by this? You can't afford it, so you want to take it by force?" Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly and said indifferently. The arrogant young man looked down at Zhuowen and said, "I'll give you a chance. I'll buy the emperor weapon with 100,000 upper spirit stones. Otherwise, the desolate ancient city is not very peaceful. If you accidentally die here, then the loss will outweigh the gain. Are you threatening me?" Zhuowen's eyes became colder. This young man thought too highly of him. He dared to threaten him. "I advise you to give this broken emperor weapon to young Master Yuansheng. He's the third prince of the Yaoguang holy dynasty. His status is high and noble. It's your honor to give it to young Master Yuansheng." The enchanting woman called Chun Hui swayed her slender waist and came to the side of the arrogant young man. She snorted at Zhuowen. Her voice was so soft that it made people's hearts itch. "It's the prince of the Yaoguang holy dynasty. I didn't expect to meet him in the desolate ancient city. The third prince of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty must have come for the outer court exam of the Divine Academy. Not only the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, but the other three holy dynasties and the three major sects have also sent their own powerful geniuses to participate in the exam. As soon as the words of the enchanting woman came out, the whole place burst into an uproar. As one of the seven most powerful forces in the Eastern land, the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's prestige was deeply rooted in people's hearts. At the same time, many people's gazes gathered on Zhuowen. The identity of the arrogant young man was obvious. Would this young man compromise in the face of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's prestige? The arrogant young man, Yuansheng, and the enchanting woman, Chun Hui, were enjoying the envious gazes of the people around them. Then, they stared at Zhuowen with bright eyes. They knew that the young man in front of them would definitely obediently hand over the broken emperor weapon after knowing their identity. Unfortunately, Zhuowen only glanced at the arrogant young man and the enchanting woman indifferently and spat out a word, "Scram." The arrogant young man and the enchanting woman's faces froze at the same time. Even many people around them were stunned. They didn't expect that Zhuowen would still ask them to scram after the arrogant young man revealed his identity. The indifferent man who sold the broken spear also looked at Zhuowen with interest. He agreed with Zhuowen's performance because in a sense, his character was very similar to Zhuowen's. Good. You have guts, but people like you won't live long. The arrogant young man was so angry that he laughed. Zhuowen had really touched his bottom line. He wanted this kid to suffer a fate worse than death. Boom! A terrifying aura gushed out. The arrogant young man stared coldly at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. The aura of a golden venerable. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised by the cultivation of the young man in front of him. The arrogant young man was young, about 23 years old. His cultivation had already reached the golden venerable realm. He was very talented. Just the cultivation of the third prince of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty was far superior to the number one genius of the Yanxian dynasty, Mo Lingtian. It seemed that the foundation of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty was much deeper than the Yanxian dynasty. Reckless brat. If you had sold the broken emperor weapon in your hand at the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, now that the third prince has taken action, you won't be able to keep the emperor weapon in your hand. Even your life will be lost. The enchanting woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and sneered. The moment the arrogant young man released his aura, Zhuowen was already a dead man in her eyes. The arrogant young man's cultivation should be at the early stage of the golden venerable realm, while Zhuowen was at the middle stage of the venerable realm. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivation, Zhuowen wasn't afraid. It wasn't as if Zhuowen hadn't killed a golden venerable realm cultivator before. Why would Zhuowen be afraid of the arrogant young man? It's too late for you to repent now. I gave you a chance before, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. So, I'll send you on your way. After saying that, the arrogant young man blasted out a palm. Terrifying yuan force poured out and formed a terrifying gale around him. A huge yuan force palm slammed down, trying to kill Zhuowen. Gotcha. However, when the palm made of yuan energy was about to approach Zhuowen, it actually strangely collapsed and shattered into countless fine powder. The arrogant young man snorted and retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His hands trembled and the web between his thumb and forefinger cracked. The arrogant young man slowly turned his head and stared at the indifferent man not far away. He said, "Senior, what's the meaning of this? Why did you stop me?" Obviously, this scene was beyond everyone's expectations. All eyes were fixed on the indifferent man. No one had expected him to stop the arrogant young man. I sold that damaged emperor weapon to this little brother. Now you're openly snatching it in front of me. What do you think of me? Said the indifferent man indifferently. The arrogant young man's eyes narrowed and were filled with anger. What? Do you think I'm doing something wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable? Asked the indifferent man again. His voice was getting colder and colder. The arrogant young man was stunned. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, I wouldn't dare. The indifferent cultivator in front of him was a high-level emperor. Even the Alcade Holy Dynasty didn't dare to offend him. How could he offend him? If you don't dare, then get lost. Don't bother me, said the indifferent man. The arrogant young man's eyes flashed. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, I'll spare your dog life today. If I see you again, I'll take your dog life. After saying that, the arrogant young man led the enchanting woman and the others away from the stall. Zhuowen stared indifferently at the arrogant young man and the others. Then, he said respectfully to the indifferent man, Senior, thank you for helping me out. The corners of the indifferent man's mouth rose and he said meaningfully, perhaps my actions just now were unnecessary. Zhuowen was stunned. Then, he laughed dryly and said, Senior, you must be joking. I'm just a venerable. I can't be Yuanqing's opponent. If Senior hadn't helped me, I might have died. Not necessarily. The indifferent man shook his head. Suddenly, he transmitted his voice to Zhuowen, you're Zhuowen, right? Although you used a secret technique to change your appearance, you can't hide it from me. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He stared at the indifferent man and replied warily, who are you? How do you know my name? You can call me Jian Mu. We'll meet again soon. But to be honest, after seeing you, I'm very disappointed because you're too weak. Jian Mu's voice was filled with disappointment. It rang out in Zhuowen's head, and then a terrifying strand of sword qi surged out from Jian Mu's body. Subsequently, it formed a huge sword that was several meters long beneath Jian Mu's feet. Stepping on the huge sword, Jian Mu turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the endless sea of misery in front of the desolate ancient city. Chapter 949. Follow Boom. Boom. When Jian Muyu's sword arrived above the Sea of Bitterness, the pitch-black Sea of Bitterness actually churned with monstrous waves that appeared high up in the sky. In an instant, the entire desolate ancient city darkened because of such a monstrous wave. How terrifying! Just the monstrous waves of the Sea of Bitterness possess such terrifying destructive power. Can Jian Mu pass through the monstrous waves? Looking at the monstrous black waves that covered the sky, Zhuowen's face turned pale and his body trembled. The power of the Sea of Bitterness was beyond his imagination. He knew that if he faced the monstrous black waves, he would definitely die. Break! A thunderous voice came from the sky above the huge wave. Jian Mu's eyes were cold as he pointed the sword finger of his right hand at the void. The void behind him shattered inch by inch, and a huge sword that was hundreds of feet long shot out from the spatial crack. There were countless sword qi around the giant sword, and the sword chime was loud and clear. The giant sword slashed the void, and then the monstrous waves of the Sea of Bitterness were split into two by the powerful sword attack, and they disappeared. Jian Mu did not stop at all. Amidst the countless shattered water droplets, he turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the distance of the Sea of Misery. Everyone in the desolate ancient city raised their heads to look at the shocking scene. They were all stunned. It was too terrifying. The Sea of Bitterness that everyone feared was like an ordinary sea in front of Jian Mu. With a slash of his sword, the monstrous waves were annihilated. The Sea of Bitterness was unable to stop Jian Mu. Is this the power of a high-level Emperor realm expert? That slash is so terrifying. Even Emperor Qing would fall in front of that slash. Zhuowen was also dumbfounded as he stared at the scene above the Sea of Bitterness. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time, but he was even more confused. This was because Jian Mu had sent him a voice transmission before he left. Jian Mu is definitely a monstrous genius. He looks to be around 27 years old, but he has already reached the high-level Emperor realm. Moreover, he is most likely a sword cultivator. His combat strength is much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Even Xiao Hei was full of praises for this Jian Mu. It seemed like this Jian Mu was really something. But brat, how did this Jian Mu know you? To him, you're just an ant-like existence, yet he was able to recognize you with a single glance. Moreover, the words he said before he left were also somewhat baffling. Xiao Hei suddenly asked. Zhuowen shook his head. He was even more puzzled than Xiao Hei. A high-level Emperor realm expert like Jian Mu was an existence he had to look up to. Moreover, Jian Mu was definitely a genius from the Nine Netherworld realm. It was just that Zhuowen had never been to the Nine Nether realm, nor did he know any martial artists from the Nine Nether realm. The fact that Jian Mu recognized him was indeed a little inconceivable to Zhuowen. When I have the opportunity to enter the Nine Nether realm, I'll naturally meet Jian Mu again. At that time, all the mysteries will be solved. It's useless to think about it now. Zhuowen shook his head and didn't dwell on this issue. Instead, he took advantage of the time when everyone's attention was on the Sea of Agony to quietly leave and come to this stall. Although the Emperor weapon he bought was incomplete, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some people might want to snatch it from Zhuowen when they saw that his cultivation wasn't strong enough. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, Zhuowen decided to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhuowen's thoughts were naturally good, and he was extremely cautious when he left. Unfortunately, he was still targeted by some people with ulterior motives. Brat! You're being targeted. Xiao Hei's indifferent voice rang out in his mind. I know, but how many people followed me? How strong are they? Zhuowen asked cautiously. Xiao Hei chuckled and said, there are 4 people. 2 of them are at the peak of the sovereign realm, and the other 2 are at the early stage of the golden venerable realm. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Zhuowen shrugged, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was already so careful, but there were still people who wanted to snatch it from him. Then, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. First, lead them to a more remote corner. After all, it's not convenient to kill them in a crowded place. Xiao Hei said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and walked in front silently. He specifically walked toward some of the more remote alleys. Dozens of meters behind Zhuowen, 4 figures followed closely behind Zhuowen. This brat is really courting death. He actually walked towards these remote corners. Isn't he forcing us to snatch the treasure? One of the 4 people behind him, a man with triangular eyes and a gloomy gaze, said to the other 3 people beside him in a low voice. Don't talk too much. Keep a close eye on him. If this brat escapes, don't even think about living. A burly man glanced coldly at the triangular-eyed man and snorted. The latter quickly lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The burly man in front of him was one of the 2 strongest among the 4 of them. He was at the early stage of the golden venerable realm. After being reprimanded by the burly man, the triangular-eyed man lowered his head and did not dare to speak again. However, as he lowered his head, his triangular eyes shone with a trace of resentment. Very quickly, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of a rather dark alley. After walking forward and turning a corner, they discovered that Zhuowen's figure had actually disappeared. What's going on? We lost him. When the burly man looked at the empty alley in front of him, his eyes narrowed. Then, a trace of blood appeared in his eyes as he stared coldly at the triangular-eyed man behind him. It has nothing to do with me. Maybe that brat discovered us in advance and took the opportunity to escape. The triangular-eyed man quickly explained. The burly man walked slowly to the triangular-eyed man and lifted him up. He said coldly, if you didn't talk too much, would we have lost him? I said that if we lost him, you will pay with your life. A murderous intent radiated from the burly man's eyes. The triangular-eyed man in his hand trembled and begged for mercy, spare my life. I am willing to atone for my crime and find that brat. Atone for your crime? What a joke. Now that we have lost him and we don't know who he is, how are you going to find that brat? The burly man smiled coldly. Then, Yuan power spurted out from his right hand. The triangular-eyed man's eyes were filled with fear. He could not resist at all and his entire body exploded into a bloody mist under the terrifying Yuan power. Swoosh! The moment the burly man killed the triangular-eyed man, an air-rending sound swept over and a terrifying smell of blood filled the entire alley. The burly man sensed the air-rending sound behind him and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Then, he swung his right arm and spurted out Yuan power in an attempt to block the air-rending sound behind him. Poochie! A severed arm soared into the sky as blood spurted out. Then, the burly man screamed as he held his severed right arm and retreated. His eyes were filled with horror as he stared at the figure that was rushing over from behind. A tall and straight figure slowly walked over with a bloody spear in his hand. Waves of bloody aura surrounded his body, causing his figure to be faintly discernible. It's you. The burly man quickly recognized that the faintly discernible figure within the bloody aura was Zhuowen, whom they had been chasing all this time. Originally, they thought that Zhuowen had already escaped. They did not expect that he had hidden himself and wanted to kill them. The other two slowly approached the burly man as they looked at Zhuowen with greed in their eyes. They knew that there was a damaged emperor weapon in Zhuowen's spirit ring. Moreover, from the way that Zhuowen had bought the damaged emperor weapon, they could tell that he was quite wealthy. Without a doubt, Zhuowen was a fat sheep in their eyes. The burly man stopped the blood from flowing out of his severed arm as he stared at Zhuowen and coldly said, "You've got guts. Not only did you not escape, you actually dared to turn around and kill me. A mere mid-stage supreme being was actually able to sever my arm. You should be proud of yourself. However, the price you have to pay is your life." As soon as he finished speaking, the sturdy man stomped his foot. Terrifying origin energy poured out, causing the entire ground to shake violently. Subsequently, the sturdy man shot towards Zhuowen like a bullet at an extremely fast speed. A mere supreme being brat had actually severed his arm. This was undoubtedly a humiliation to him. Therefore, this brat had to die. Moreover, he had to die an ugly death. That's right. The price to pay is your life. Unfortunately, it's not me, but you guys. Zhuowen smiled indifferently as surging flames of the sun surged out from his body. Then, the huge blazing divine sun cauldron floated above his head. Before the burly man could even react, he was enveloped by the flames of the sun. Royal rank spirit treasure. Who is this brat? He actually has a royal rank spirit treasure. When the other two saw the burly man wrapped in the flames of the sun, their faces were filled with shock. They actually had a faint intention of retreating. If it was an ordinary supreme being, they would naturally be able to capture him easily. However, this Zhuowen actually had a royal rank spirit treasure on him. Moreover, the grade of this royal rank spirit treasure was obviously not low. They knew that it was impossible for them to snatch the spear from this brat. Did I allow the two of you to leave? Zhuowen also noticed the intention of retreating in the eyes of the other two. His cold voice slowly rang out. Then, a huge three-legged jade cauldron that was dozens of feet long flew out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. A loud dragon roar resounded from the jade cauldron. A woo! A huge dragon's might swept out from the jade cauldron. A total of 81 strands of dragon's might appeared and intertwined with each other, blocking the path of the two cultivators who wanted to escape. After being nurtured by the supreme dragon cauldron for a long time, the power of these 81 strands of dragon's might was much more terrifying than before. Perhaps even a golden supreme being would find it difficult to break through the encirclement of the dragon's might. Kill! Zhuowen coldly ordered. The 81 strands of dragon's might roared towards the sky and attacked the two cultivators inside. Chapter 950. Magic Pattern Sizzle. The sun's fire gradually subsided, and the corpse of the burly man also turned into ashes. Zhuowen's face was expressionless. With a stomp of his foot, he disappeared like a ghost. Without stopping, Zhuowen returned to the inn that Emperor Yan and the others had booked. In the inn, Yan Di and the others were not there. They had probably gone out. After all, the desolate ancient city was extremely vast, and there were many things inside. There were many strong cultivators, and it was the first time they had come to the desolate ancient city. Naturally, they wanted to see it. Moreover, Zhuowen guessed that Mo Lingtian and the others would definitely go to the street he had just gone to. After all, there were many experts who had set up stalls there. Perhaps they could find some treasures there. Zhuowen was the best example. The damaged emperor weapon he had found actually contained terrifying demonic runes. The demonic runes were extremely powerful, and would most likely be of undeniable benefit to his cultivation of the Tao, entering the Tao through the devil. When he returned to his room, Zhuowen also found that Xiang Tianzuan and the other 4 people who lived next door were nowhere to be seen. They probably couldn't bear the loneliness and went out. However, Zhuowen did not blame them at all. Although he controlled the soul imprints of Xiang Tianzuan and the other 4 and made them his slaves, Zhuowen did not restrict their freedom because of this. For the 5 of them to be able to cultivate to the celestial venerate level, there was no doubt that their talents were strong. Moreover, the physical body that Xiao He had reconstructed was also of good quality. Zhuowen believed that the 5 of them would definitely be able to improve their cultivation. Therefore, Zhuowen allowed the 5 of them to do as they pleased. If he restricted the 5 of them, it would affect their mental state and cultivation. After returning to his room, Zhuowen took out a praying mat from his spirit ring. After which, he slowly sat on it and began to meditate. Only after his aura had completely stabilized did Zhuowen take out the damaged emperor weapon. Just now, when I was in the stall, the patterns on the spear transformed into a terrifying demonic pattern in my mind, causing the Buddha demon eye to react strangely. I don't know if I can do it again. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered. Xiao He lazily stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and said indifferently, "Why don't you try and find out?" Nodding, Zhuowen's right hand pointed between his eyebrows. Suddenly, the Buddha demon eye that was hidden in his sea of consciousness emerged from between his eyebrows. At this moment, the Buddha demon eye was actually trembling violently. Originally, the Buddha demon eye was golden on the left and black on the right. At this moment, it was actually faintly shrouded by a pitch-black color, turning into an incomparably black demonic eye. Waves of terrifying demonic aura surged out from the demonic eye. The moment the demonic eye appeared, the pattern on the spear in Zhuowen's hand was suddenly dyed black. The originally blurry pattern became clearer and clearer, and finally, the pattern turned into a demonic rune. Boom! A terrifying demonic aura leaked out from the demonic rune. Then, the demonic aura turned into a black beam of light and soared into the sky from Zhuowen's room. It wanted to break through Zhuowen's room. Not good. We can't let this demonic light beam out. Otherwise, Zhuowen's room will definitely attract countless experts. At that time, Zhuowen will be finished. Xiao He's expression changed greatly. She stomped her feet and waved her little claws. Suddenly, a pitch-black energy surged out from Xiao He's claws and turned into a black barrier in the room. Boom! The demonic light beam soared into the sky and immediately slammed into the barrier in the room. When the two collided, there was a violent vibration. The barrier that Xiao He had set up trembled faintly. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Damn it! Block it for this dragon lord. Xiao He's eyes were cold. She waved her little claws again and wisps of pitch-black energy surged out. The barrier in the room became even thicker and finally blocked the restless black beam of light. What a powerful demonic rune! After the baptism of time, the residual power on the demonic rune is still so terrifying. Who exactly is the owner of this spear? Xiao Hei stared at the spear in Zhuowen's hand in shock. Her eyes were filled with seriousness. Zhuowen also heaved a sigh of relief. When he thought of the demonic light beam that had rushed out of the room, Zhuowen did not dare to imagine the consequences. This was the ancient desolate city, where experts were as common as clouds. There were countless heavenly venerables, and even Emperor realm experts were not rare. If he had made a big commotion, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Even if Zhuowen had many trump cards and 5 heavenly venerables, he would still be finished. After a moment of lingering fear, Zhuowen began to examine the spear in his hand. At this moment, the demonic aura in the demonic eye was surging. The demonic aura enveloped the entire spear as if it was looking for something. Kid! This spear actually contains demonic runes. I'm afraid it's an extremely terrifying demonic weapon. A demonic weapon with demonic runes is much stronger than an ordinary emperor weapon. The owner of this demonic weapon is definitely an extremely powerful demon emperor, Xiao Hei said solemnly. Demon emperor? Demonic weapon? Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself. The so-called demon emperor was actually a title given to martial artists who cultivated the demon Tao to the emperor realm. Generally speaking, martial artists who cultivated the demon Tao were much stronger than ordinary martial artists. For example, Demon Tao Master cultivated the ice-cold demonic path. He was only at the initial stage of the heavenly venerate realm, but he had the strength of a peak heavenly venerate. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. As for martial artists who cultivated the demonic Tao, once they advanced to the sovereign realm, they would be able to become demon emperors. Moreover, martial artists who could become demon emperors were basically invincible existences in the same realm. Their combat strength was terrifying. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Demonic cultivators obtained strength that was far stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm, but at the same time, the difficulty of advancing was several times more difficult than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, the number of demonic cultivators who advanced to become demon emperors was very small. Once they advanced to become demon emperors, their strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. In the eastern lands, although Zhuowen had heard of the legends of demon emperors, he had never heard of a demon emperor becoming a saint. This was because demonic cultivators were too heaven-defying. The difficulty of becoming a demon saint from a demon emperor was dozens of times more difficult than ordinary cultivators becoming saints. Moreover, there were many tribulations. It was because of these many restrictions that the number of demonic cultivators in the heavenly armor continent was very small. Demon Tao Master was not a complete demonic cultivator. He had only explored a little bit of demonic cultivation. At most, he could be considered half a demonic cultivator. It was said that every generation of demon emperors shocked the world and fought against the world. The emperor weapons used by demon emperors would also be endowed with demonic patterns by heaven and earth. Therefore, the demon weapons wielded by demon emperors were far more terrifying than ordinary emperor weapons. Can the demon eye repair this demon weapon? Looking at the demon weapon shrouded in billowing demon chi, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hopeful look. Dream on. This demon weapon has already been damaged to this extent. Even if the demon emperor were alive, he would not be able to repair it completely, Xiao Hei said coldly. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said, then what is the demon eye doing? Xiao Hei's eyes were solemn. She came above the demon eye and carefully examined it. Then, she said in surprise, I'm afraid the demon eye intends to extract the demonic patterns from this demon weapon. These demonic patterns are a powerful imprint condensed by the demon emperor when he was alive. They contain extremely terrifying demon chi, which is very beneficial to the demon eye. Extract the demonic patterns? Zhuowen was startled. His eyes were fixed on the demon eye's actions. Buzz. A buzzing sound resounded. This buzzing sound came from the demon weapon shrouded in demon chi. The sound contained a strong sense of sorrow. Demon weapons were supposed to show their value in endless slaughter. However, after countless years, they had lost their master and their drive. They had fallen into depravity in the dust of time. Until today, they had been awakened by the demon chi. Give me the demonic patterns and I will help you conquer the world again. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he muttered to the demon weapon shrouded in demon chi. At the same time, he used his mind to control the demon eye to release more and more demon chi. Woo woo woo, the wailing sound became louder and louder. The demon weapon began to hesitate. The demonic patterns were its life and its core. Could it trust the human in front of it? Do you understand demons? A sorrowful voice slowly sounded from the demon weapon. Do you think I don't understand demons? Zhuowen muttered to himself. Immediately, blood chi wrapped around Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen turned into blood-red hair and eyes. Waves of demon chi surged out of Zhuowen's body. At this moment it was as if Zhuowen had turned into a great demon who would not stop killing. In my previous life, I cultivated Buddhism for 3 lifetimes. In this life, I have sought demons for 3,000 years. My demonic blood will burn the sky. I will betray the world but not myself. A faint voice came from Zhuowen's mouth. When the demon weapon heard this, it suddenly fell silent. Then, it let out a mournful wail. Then, a demonic pattern swept out from the billowing demon chi and imprinted on Zhuowen's right cheek. You have a heart that truly seeks demons. Moreover, you also have a demon eye. Perhaps you can really lead this demonic pattern to conquer the world again and let it reignite the demonic power of your previous life. A faint voice sounded. Then, the billowing demon chi slowly dissipated. After losing the demonic pattern, the rusty demon weapon crumbled inch by inch and turned into dust. Demonic pattern. Stroking the black demonic pattern on his right cheek, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He did not expect the demon weapon to give the demonic pattern to him in the end. What was even more unexpected was that the demonic pattern had directly imprinted on his right cheek. What a rich demon chi! This demonic pattern actually contained such terrifying demon chi. Zhuowen only felt a burning sensation on his right cheek. Then, waves of terrifying demon chi burrowed into Zhuowen's sea of consciousness, causing Zhuowen's pupils to involuntarily turn pitch black. Kid! Control the demon eye to absorb this demon chi. Xiao Hei's anxious voice sounded. Zhuowen also came back to his senses. With a quick thought, the demon eye floating in front of Zhuowen turned into a black light and burrowed into the depths of Zhuowen's brow. At the same time, the demon chi that had spread into Zhuowen's sea of consciousness was also absorbed by the demon eye. In an instant, the pressure on Zhuowen decreased significantly. This demon eye was indeed powerful. It could actually contain so much demon chi. Perhaps I can use the excess demon chi to cultivate the path of demons. Chapter 951. Sea of Misery Tsunami Sizzle. With the help of the demonic patterns, Zhuowen planned to attack the second layer of the demonic Tao. He knew that once he grasped the second layer of the demonic Tao, his strength would be far more terrifying than before. Moreover, in his demonic state, he could borrow a portion of the blood demon strength, and this portion of strength could be completely controlled. The second-level demonic Tao Zhuowen was in truth comparable to an Empyrean powerhouse. But, the side effects of falling into this demonic state were also obvious. That was that countless thoughts of slaughter would appear in his mind from time to time. These thoughts of slaughter were terrifying and powerful. Zhuowen. Sizzle. Zhuowen didn't care about the blood demon's curses at all. He just silently borrowed the blood demon's power and the demonic energy within the demonic patterns to begin breaking through to the second layer of the demonic path. The blood demon also discovered that the demonic Tao secret technique Zhuowen was cultivating was quite terrifying. He also noticed the demonic mark on Zhuowen's right cheek and the pair of blood-red eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, he also discovered that there seemed to be a powerful demonic eye in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. How did this lad manage to obtain so many utmost treasures of the devil Tao in such a short period of time? The might of those demonic marks was torrential, and there was also that terrifying demonic eye. Not to mention, that secret skill of the devil Tao he cultivated. All of these were extremely rare items. To think that all of them would be obtained by this lad. Brat! Don't forget our promise. Didn't you say that you would set me free after you reached the Emperor realm? Now, you want to go back on your word and refine my power? The blood demon continued to clamor. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen sneered and said, "Blood demon, who is the one who went back on his word? Back when I was fighting with Emperor Qing, you took advantage of my weakness and tried to take over my body when I was severely injured. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." After the battle with Emperor Qing, Zhuowen knew that if he didn't have the blood inheritance seal, the blood demon might really be able to escape from the demon sealing green coffin. At that time, the blood demon would probably deal with Zhuowen first. Bastard! Back then, I sincerely wanted to help you. Emperor Qing was just an ant at the second layer of the Emperor realm. If you had let me out, I could have killed him in one move. However, you didn't know how to appreciate my kindness. Since you used the blood inheritance seal to forcefully borrow my power, aren't you harming others and yourself in the end? The blood demon said indignantly. His voice was filled with injustice, as if it was all Zhuowen's fault. Zhuowen sneered and ignored the blood demon's protests. Instead, he quietly cultivated. The blood demon was an ancient demon after all. He was cunning and ruthless, and would do anything to get his way. Zhuowen could not be bothered to trust him. After shouting for a while, the blood demon saw that Zhuowen didn't care about him at all. Hence, he quieted down and became silent. Time passed slowly. The sky, which was originally scorching hot, gradually darkened. It was as if a huge hand had suddenly covered the sky. Boom! A thunder-like sound rang out from Zhuowen's room. Then, Zhuowen slowly stood up. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in a thick blood aura. His flowing blood hair hung down to his waist. Together with his blood-red eyes, he looked extremely demonic. Second layer demonic path. Zhuowen muttered with a smile. After half a day of cultivation, Zhuowen had finally cultivated to the second level of the demon path. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was still at the mid-stage of the sovereign realm, he believed that if he unleashed the power of the second level of the demon path, he would be able to instantly kill a golden venerable. His strength was comparable to a heavenly venerable expert. Slowly retracting the blood aura on his body, Zhuowen's blood-red hair and eyes turned back to black hair and eyes. At the same time, he put away the demon sealing green coffin. The demonic rune on Zhuowen's right cheek no longer surged with demonic aura. It was as if it had completely calmed down under the control of the demon eye. Although this demonic rune was given to him by the demon soldier, the power of the demonic rune was too profound. Zhuowen couldn't use it at all. Perhaps he would only be able to fully understand this demonic rune when he became an emperor. Only then would he be able to fully grasp its powerful power. Dong dong dong. Gentle knock suddenly sounded on the door, followed by Zhang Tianzuan's voice, "Master, dinner is ready. His Majesty, the Flame Emperor, and the others are already waiting downstairs. Would you like to go down and eat?" Zhuowen responded and got up to open the door. He followed Zhang Tianzuan down the stairs of the inn. Although the inn wasn't big, it was still considered elegant. The first floor was filled with wine tables. Zhang Tianzuan led Zhuowen to a large round table. At the round table, the Flame Emperor, Mo Lingtian, Xian Xing, and the others were all seated. Zhuowen's other heavenly venerable servants were also at the table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and the fragrance that wafted out made Zhuowen feel a little hungry. Zhuowen. Let's eat together. Mo Lingtian patted the empty seat next to him and smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and smiled back. He sat down next to Mo Lingtian, and the others began to eat. At the table, everyone was talking loudly about what they had seen and heard in the ancient desolate city. Therefore, the atmosphere at the table was quite harmonious. Zhuowen listened to everyone with a smile. Zhuowen realized that the geniuses of the Yan Xian Empire weren't as hostile as the geniuses of the Qing Xian Empire. Even Zui Qingfeng didn't like Zhuowen, but he didn't deliberately make things difficult for Zhuowen. Perhaps it was because of the strength and influence that Zhuowen had displayed, but Zui Qingfeng wasn't as narrow-minded as Zhuowen had imagined. Brother Zhuo. Did you gain anything in the ancient desolate city today? Mo Lingtian suddenly asked Zhuowen. At the same time, the others at the table also focused their gazes on Zhuowen. Among the 5 places, Zhuowen's cultivation was similar to Mo Lingtian's. They were both at the sovereign stage, and he was also the youngest among the 5. It could be said that Zhuowen had a very high chance of entering the Divine Academy in the outer court assessment. Therefore, the Flame Emperor and the others valued Zhuowen. Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, he spread out his hands and said, I went to the trading area in the south today, but I didn't get anything good. Zhuowen wouldn't blabber about the damaged Emperor weapon. After all, it would attract the covetous eyes of many experts, and he didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. Everyone nodded their heads and didn't ask any further. After all, this was the privacy of others, and it would be rude to keep asking. Boom! Boom! Just as everyone was happily drinking and chatting at the table, a terrifying tremor spread throughout the entire ancient desolate city. The ground of the inn shook even more violently, and the tables toppled one after another. What's going on? Mo Lingtian asked in horror. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. The Flame Emperor's expression was grave as he walked out of the inn and into the open space outside. Mo Lingtian and the others followed behind him. Not only the Flame Emperor's group, but all the warriors in the ancient desolate city also walked out of their respective residences. They were at a loss as to why the entire ancient desolate city would shake so violently. On the open space, a dense crowd had gathered. These people all looked up at the sky with shock in their eyes, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Zhuowen also looked up and immediately saw an extremely terrifying scene. The Sea of Bitterness, which was suspended thousands of miles in the sky, was raging. On the surface of the Black Sea, there were countless huge waves and tsunamis. They were like terrifying black dragons that surged into the sky and then came crashing down on the ancient desolate city. On top of the huge waves, there were pitch-black hurricanes. The terrifying hurricanes were like pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. They swept up the seawater of the Sea of Bitterness and swept towards the sky. The thick dark clouds in the sky were swirling under the effect of the hurricanes, forming a terrifying black vortex that swallowed the sky and covered the sun. Rumble. Waves of the Sea of Bitterness surged out and blasted on the light shield of the ancient desolate city, causing the ancient desolate city to tremble violently. Fortunately, the ancient desolate city's seal was extremely strong, and in the face of such a mighty tsunami, it actually withstood it. What a terrifying tsunami! Mo Lingtian, who was standing beside Zhuowen, looked up at the raging Sea of Bitterness. His mouth was slightly open, and his face was slightly pale as he muttered in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. The tsunami was too terrifying. Zhuowen had no doubt that if he was in the middle of the tsunami, he would most likely die. If the tsunami surged into the ancient desolate city, most warriors would not be spared. However, the force behind the ancient desolate city is not simple. They can actually set up such a powerful seal. Zhuowen knew that although the Sea of Bitterness was powerful, the force behind the ancient desolate city was also extremely terrifying. A seal that could withstand such a terrifying tsunami was not easy to set up. Moreover, the seal covered such a wide area. He did not know how much material and manpower it took to set up this seal. Chapter 952. The Boundless Sailboat Swoosh. Swoosh! Two figures shot out from both sides of the desolate ancient city and flew into the sky. The aura of these two figures was extremely terrifying. Every move they made was as if countless mountains were crashing down from the sky. Two high-level great emperors. Many of the cultivators in the ancient city of desolation revealed shocked expressions when they saw the two figures flying into the sky. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. The desolate ancient city was indeed extraordinary. It had sent out two high-level great emperors at once. Its foundation was extraordinarily strong. The two figures were rather old. One of them carried a sword on his back and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. The other was empty-handed and was shrouded in a wide black robe. Seal. The two high-level great emperors looked at each other and nodded. Then, they formed a complicated seal at the same time. Waves of powerful sealing energy gushed out from the two experts, causing the restrictive barrier above the desolate ancient city to become even stronger and stronger. The restriction that was originally on the verge of collapse became much more stable and sturdy under the support of the two great emperors' sealing power. Many cultivators in the desolate ancient city who were originally quite worried were now relieved. With the protection of two high-level great emperors, the restrictive barrier above the desolate ancient city would not have any problems. Next, on the surface of the Sea of Bitterness high in the sky, the terrifying tsunami became more and more terrifying. The waves were 9,000 feet high, and the crushing power was extremely terrifying. After seeing this even more terrifying tsunami, many warriors' faces became extremely ugly. They knew that if it weren't for the two high-level great emperors reinforcing the barrier with their sealing power, the barrier wouldn't have been able to withstand the roaring waves at all. This night was destined to be extraordinary. The cultivators in the desolate ancient city stood on the open ground and looked up at the raging waves of the bitter sea outside the restrictive barrier. Although the bitter sea had huge waves, it was the first time in many years that it had been so violent. It was a spectacle, so many people did not want to miss this spectacle. Rumble. The surging waves continued until the middle of the night before it finally gradually quieted down. The originally tumbling waves also gradually calmed down. The originally bustling open space also gradually became deserted at this moment. The warriors all returned to their respective rooms and prepared to sleep. The Flame Emperor, Zhuowen, and the others also returned to their respective inns to rest. They were going to cross the Sea of Sufferings on the World's End sailboat the next day, so they naturally had to go back and prepare. The sun rose from the horizon and the curtain of night gradually faded away. The deserted and desolate ancient city became lively again. The Flame Emperor also led the crowd towards the Boundless Tower. When they arrived near the Boundless Tower, they suddenly realized that there was a huge sailboat floating in the middle of the Boundless Tower. This ship was nearly 3,000 feet long. From afar, it looked like a mountain. There were 3 huge sails on the deck of the ship. The pillars of the sails were thick enough for 3 people to wrap their arms around them. It was a spectacular sight. The surface of the ship was shrouded in a strange purple light. This purple light was formed by countless profound purple runes and emitted a mysterious and powerful aura. This ship was the famous boundless sailboat in the ancient city of desolation. This ship was huge and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, there was already a steady stream of people walking up the stairs towards the deck of the ship. In front of the stairs, there were 2 expressionless black-clothed martial artists who were meticulously checking the tickets of the passengers. This is the boundless sailboat. It's really spectacular, Mo Lingtian exclaimed. Let's board the ship. The Flame Emperor said and led the crowd to the deck. Then, they took their tickets and found their own cabins. The Flame Emperor and Mo Lingtian were in the first-class cabin, which was one level below the deck. The two of them quickly found their seats and greeted Zhuowen and the others. After leaving their communication marks, the two of them entered their cabins. 5 Elements XK2 and Myriad Star Palaces Xian Xing were in the second-class cabin, which was below the first-class cabin. It didn't take long for them to find their own cabins. Only Zhuowen, the 5 Holy Masters, Zui Qingfeng, and Qing Shuzi had bought third-class cabins. Hence, they spent the longest time searching and found third-class cabins at the lowest level of the ship. When they reached the lowest level, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This was because he found that the third-class cabins were located on the smallest level with the most people. Many people were even squeezed in the aisles, blocking the path of many people. Not only Zhuowen, but even Qing Shuzi and Zui Qingfeng also frowned. The third-class cabin's environment was really bad. There wasn't even a proper seat. After walking through the crowded corridor, Zhuowen finally found his and Xiang Tianzuan's cabins. As they had bought their tickets together, Zhuowen, Xiang Tianzuan, and the other 4 were assigned to the same cabins. Get lost. We want to use your cabins. If you don't get lost, you'll have to suffer. Before Zhuowen even entered the room, he could already hear the sound of cursing coming from the room he was in. The cursing didn't sound very friendly. Boom! A young figure was kicked out and hit the wall in front of him. The young man was clutching his abdomen with both hands. His face was hideous, as if he was enduring some kind of excruciating pain. Brother! Are you okay? A clear voice was heard. An innocent girl rushed out of the cabins and came to the young man's side. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Gatha! Don't get involved in this matter. Let me help you solve the problem. The young man smiled and gently patted the girl's head. Brother! Let's not stay in the cabins. Let's just stay in the corridor. We're no match for them. The girl was so anxious that she almost cried. Her brother's strength was too weak. He was no match for those people. Fighting with them was not worth it. The young man shook his head. His eyes were filled with stubbornness. He slowly got up and struggled to rush into the cabins. Boom! Unfortunately, when the young man was about to stand up, a foot suddenly stretched out from the box and fiercely stomped on the young man's chest, causing the young man to groan and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was under the foot and was unable to move at all. 5 men around the age of 25 walked out from the private room. The one in the lead had his hair tied into a crown. He was quite handsome and had a tall figure. It was this man who forced the young man, who was about to get up, back onto the ground. His eyes were filled with mockery. You're just a little mystique, venerable one. You've got guts. I've already asked you to get lost but you refused. Instead, you overestimated yourself and tried to chase us out. You're really looking for death, the tall young man said indifferently. You call me a little black martial artist. Are you really that powerful? You're already 25 years old but you're only at the early stage of the refined state. Even if you go to the outer courtyard of Shan Academy to participate in the assessment, I'm afraid you won't be able to get in. Furthermore, this cabins belong to me and my sister. You're bullying the weak and trying to take over the cabins. People like you don't have the right to enter Shan Academy, the young man said stubbornly. Good, good, good. You've got guts. How dare you say such things in front of me? You really don't know how the word death is written. In that case, I'll teach you a good lesson today, you ignorant brat. The tall young man was so angry that he laughed. He stepped on the young man again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His voice became extremely cold. At that moment, Zhuowen had also arrived at the door of the cabins. The tall young man and his 5 men had naturally noticed Zhuowen. However, they didn't take Zhuowen and his group seriously. They even ignored Zhuowen and continued to teach the stubborn young man a lesson. The young lady beside the young man was at a loss. She didn't know what to do. Her strength was even weaker than the young man's and she couldn't help at all. Please make way. Our ticket shows that the cabins behind you are our seats. Zhuowen led Xiang Tianzuan and the other 4 men and glanced indifferently at the tall young man's actions. He didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Instead, he asked the young man to make way. Make way. Didn't you hear what I said just now? This cabin is already ours. So what if your ticket shows that the cabins are your seats? If you don't want to suffer, then scram as far as you can. The tall young man glanced indifferently at Zhuowen and said without any trace of politeness. After that, he no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Did you just tell me to scram? Do you dare to say it again?" The tall young man didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly say such a thing. His right foot that was stepping on the young man's chest also stopped. He then turned his head to stare at Zhuowen and said coldly, "Scram." The young man struggled for a while and said to Zhuowen, "You guys. It's better if you don't interfere. These 5 people have quite a bit of influence in the 3rd-class cabin, and their strength is also very strong." Zhuowen looked at the young man who was being stepped on by the tall young man with some astonishment. He had already been beaten to such a state, yet he still had the mood to remind him that these people were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the young man's stubborn character moved Zhuowen quite a bit. "Humph. It's good that you know. Now scram." The tall young man raised his chin and said coldly. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I'll give the 5 of you a chance now. I'll count to 3. If you don't disappear from my sight, don't blame me for being merciless." When these words came out, the tall young man and the other 4 were all stunned. The stubborn young man was also stunned. They obviously didn't expect that the young man who had just arrived would say such arrogant words. "You want us to disappear from your sight immediately? Is there something wrong with your head?" The tall young man sneered. 1. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and he actually began to count seriously. Chapter 953. Jia Nan and Gatha. As he spoke, the tall young man let out a furious roar and stomped his foot. The aura of an initial stage sovereign erupted from his body as he instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen and threw a punch at Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen was completely indifferent. Looking at the fist that was getting closer and closer, he continued to count, 3. "Since you won't disappear, I'll take the initiative to make you disappear." A cold glint flickered in Zhuowen's eyes as he extended his right hand and grabbed the tall young man's fist. Subsequently, Yuan power gushed out from his palm as a terrifying force was released. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking resounded as the tall young man felt a sharp pain in his arm before he lost all feeling in his right arm. "Ah! My right arm!" The tall young man let out a miserable howl as he held his right arm and retreated. He stared viciously at Zhuowen. This person actually dared to cripple his arm. He was simply too hateful. "What are you guys still standing there for? Take him down." The tall young man ordered the 4 subordinates behind him who were in a daze. "Yes." The 4 of them responded as they released their strongest aura and rushed towards Zhuowen. Their cultivations were even weaker than the tall young man as they were only at the pinnacle of the Xuanzuan realm. Bang! 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 4 muffled sounds rang out as the 4 of them were sent flying by Zhuowen without any ability to retaliate. All of them were badly battered and their auras were weak. "Still want to try?" Zhuowen glanced indifferently at the tall young man as the aura on his body continued to rise. Gusts of Yuan power whirlwinds swept out from his body. Middle stage, sovereign stage. The tall young man's pupils shrank as he cursed his bad luck. He hurriedly left the cabin with his 4 subordinates. The third-class cabins were the cheapest cabins on the boundless sailboat, and they were also the cabins with the worst conditions. Generally, those who purchased these third-class cabins were basically rogue cultivators or disciples of smaller clans who were in dire straits. It was precisely because of this that there were very few young cultivators who had reached the supreme realm in the third-class cabins. This was also the reason why the tall young man could act like a tyrant in the third-class cabin. After all, the majority of the youths in the third-class cabin were not a match for the tall young man. However, Zhuowen was an exception. He wanted to bring the 5 celestial venerables to the outer court, so the ticket price was 6 times that of an ordinary person. In order to save money, Zhuowen resolutely bought a third-class ticket. "Thank you for your help, big brother. May I know your name?" After beating up the 5 youths, the stubborn youth brought the young girl to Zhuowen and asked excitedly as he stared at Zhuowen. Just now, Zhuowen had defeated the tall young man with a single move, and then easily dealt with the 4 mystique venerables. That kind of strength had truly shocked the youth and even made him admire him. This was because the Zhuowen before him was not much older than him. He was only about 20 years old, yet he was already able to possess such terrifying strength. He was definitely a genius. As for the pure young girl beside the youth, she secretly glanced at Zhuowen with her large watery eyes. A trace of shyness appeared on her delicate face from time to time. Zhuowen rubbed his nose as he looked at the young man in front of him and the shy young girl behind him. He had a good impression of them. The young man in front of him was only about 19 years old, while the young girl was about 18 years old. Their eyes were clear without any impurities. It was obvious that they had not experienced much of the ways of the world outside. They were like blank pieces of paper. "My name is Zhuowen. I'm heading to the outer court of the Jia Shen Academy to participate in the entrance examination." Zhuowen smiled faintly. "Big brother Zhuowen, so you're also here to participate in the outer court examination of the Jia Shen Academy?" "My sister and I are here too. I'm Jia Nan, and my sister is Gatha." The youth giggled. As for Jia Sha, who was hiding behind Jia Nan, she gathered her courage and clenched her fists tightly. She arrived before Zhuowen and said in a stuttering manner, "Greetings, big brother Zhuo." "Thank you, big brother Zhuo, for helping my brother beat up those bad guys earlier." Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. After all, they were the ones who provoked me first. Let's talk in the private room. There are too many people here." Jia Nan and Gatha nodded. Soon after, the 7 of them entered the private room. It had to be said that the private room was very simple and crude. Furthermore, the area was very small. The 7 of them felt a little cramped in the private room. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't expect the conditions in the third-class cabin to be so bad. Previously, he had followed Emperor Yan and the others to the first-class and second-class cabins. In those cabins, each person had a very spacious room. Why was it that the third-class cabins had 7 people squeezed into a simple and crude private room? The difference was a little too big. However, Zhuowen did not care too much about it. He quickly got used to it. After all, the boundless sailboat had only arrived at the outer court of the Jia Shen Academy for 3 days. The entrance examination of the outer court would only begin today. Furthermore, it would last for 7 days. Hence, there was still time. After they sat down in the box, Kanan began to chat with Zhuowen in a rather excited manner. Of course, Kanan was basically talking to himself, while Zhuowen merely sat there and listened to Kanan in silence. Following Jia Nan's narration, Zhuowen also learned of Jia Nan and Gatha's origins. It turned out that the 2 of them came from a small family in the far west of the eastern lands. However, the 2 of them were exceptionally talented. Although they were only born in a small family, their cultivation speed far exceeded that of their peers. Jia Nan was only 19 years old. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Gatha's talent was even more powerful than Jia Nan's. She was only 18 years old, but her cultivation was the same as Jia Nan's. It was because of the powerful talent that the two siblings displayed that their family placed all their hopes on them. They hoped that the two siblings could change their family and lead their family to prosperity. In order to pursue a stronger realm and resources, the Jiashan Academy had also recently started to recruit students. Hence, the two siblings carried the high hopes of their family and came to the desolate ancient city. They boarded the boundless sailboat and headed to the outer court. When Zhuoan asked the siblings why the elders of their family did not follow them, Jia Nan awkwardly said, "The tickets for the boundless sailboat are too expensive. 2 third-class tickets have already used up most of the family's savings. The family is unable to afford a third person's ticket." Zhuoan nodded. Jia Nan and Gatha were clearly geniuses who were born in the grassroots. The fate of these geniuses was very similar to Zhuoan's. After all, he had also risen from a small family. He had to overcome obstacles step by step to reach his current level. After a series of conversations, Jia Nan and Gatha's relationship with Zhuoan became even closer. They were no longer as reserved as before. "Big brother Zhuo. You're only 20 years old, yet your cultivation has already reached the middle stage of the exalted stage. Your talent is truly extraordinary. The chances of you successfully entering the outer court's assessment this time is very high," Jia Nan said to Zhuoan with a smile. Zhuoan shook his head and said, "That may not be the case. The outer court recruitment this time is open to all regions outside of the 9 netherworld realm. The eastern lands are too vast. There are countless geniuses and experts as common as clouds. I'm afraid that I'm not much in front of those peerless geniuses." Jia Nan nodded in deep agreement. He used to be content with staying in his family's area. Hence, he had always thought that his talent was already peerless. It was only after he entered the desolate ancient city that his thoughts completely changed. The world was far larger than he had imagined. In this vast world, there would always be more monstrous geniuses, stronger experts, and disciples with stronger backgrounds than him. Hence, the trace of arrogance in his heart had long since been restrained. After chatting for a while, Gatha suddenly tugged at the corner of Jia Nan's clothes and said softly, "Brother. The air in this room is so stuffy. Why don't we go to the deck to get some fresh air?" Jia Nan was stunned. He patted Gatha's head and said with a doting smile, "All right. Brother will accompany you." As he spoke, Jia Nan turned to Zhuoan and said, "Big brother Zhuo. I'm going to the deck to get some fresh air with my sister. Do you want to come with us? I'm bored anyway." "I'll go with you." Zhuoan nodded and did not refuse. As he spoke, Zhuoan instructed Xiang Tianzuan and the other 4 to stay in the room. Then, he followed Jia Nan and Gatha out of the room and walked up the stairs to the deck. Many people in the aisle saw Zhuoan walking over. Their eyes were filled with dread as they dispersed. Just now, Zhuoan had crippled the right hand of the tall young man with a single move. Many people in the corridor had seen it clearly, so now, everyone was afraid of him like a tiger, and no one dared to provoke him. Zhuoan did not pay attention to these people's reactions. Instead, he followed behind Jia Nan. Soon, they arrived at the top deck. The deck was very large and could accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, there were many people chatting on the deck. It was quite lively. Above the deck, there were purple halos. Outside the purple halos, there were countless terrifying winds and waves. They were now in the sea of bitterness. The danger in the sea of misery did not only come from the tsunamis of the sea of misery, but also from the unpredictable climate. Moreover, the sky above the sea of misery was covered by huge dark clouds all year round. Lightning as thick as a bucket could be seen everywhere. Powerful hurricanes would often raise the sea water up to tens of thousands of feet high and then violently smash it back down. These dangers were fatal. Even emperors who were not strong enough could die in the harsh environment of the Sea of Misery. Only high emperors like Jianmu had the right to pass through the harsh environment unscathed. If I can become a high emperor one day, I won't need to ride the world's edge sailboat. I'll be able to cross the Sea of Misery alone. Jianan looked up at the harsh climate above the Sea of Misery and could not help but murmur emotionally. The strong come from the weak. As long as you have the tenacity to pursue the strong, it's only a matter of time before you become strong, Zhuowen said nonchalantly. On the other hand, Jianan's eyes flickered with a bright light. The gaze with which he stared at Zhuowen had also changed. Zhuowen's words had enlightened him. There was nothing in the world that you could not do. There were only things that you could not imagine. As long as you were willing to work hard, you would eventually be able to make up for your lack of talent. It's you. I never thought that you would be on the world's edge sailboat as well. Chapter 954. Undying armored soul. What entered his eyes was an enchanting woman with a voluptuous figure. At this moment, the woman was pointing at Zhuowen with a trace of anger on her face. It's her. Zhuowen was startled, and his eyes narrowed. The woman in front of him was the one who wanted to compete with him for the damaged emperor weapon in the desolate ancient city. Zhuowen remembered that this woman was called Chun Hui, and she was from the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. Moreover, the third prince of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, Yuansheng, was very good to this woman. At that time, he wanted to snatch the damaged emperor weapon from Zhuowen for her sake, but Jianmu stopped him and he left resentfully. At this moment, Chun Hui didn't have Yuansheng by her side. She came alone and pointed at Zhuowen's nose without any scruples. Hand over that thing. Otherwise, our Yaoguang Holy Dynasty won't let you go. This is your only way to survive. As soon as Chun Hui's words came out, Jianan and Gatha, who were standing not far from Zhuowen, were shocked. Although they came from a small family in the far west of the eastern land, they had heard of the 7 most powerful forces outside of the 9 netherworld realm. The Yaoguang Holy Dynasty was one of the 7 most powerful forces. In their opinion, such a force was an unreachable existence. In front of such a force, their family was like an ant. The siblings stared at Zhuowen's figure, and their eyes became a little strange. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was good, he wasn't a so-called monstrous genius. Moreover, from the way he bought a third-class ticket, they could tell that Zhuowen's background wasn't very strong. However, Zhuowen knew this woman from the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. The siblings couldn't help but be curious about Zhuowen's identity. Zhuowen sneered, "You want me to hand over that thing? Why should I?" Chun Hui's beautiful eyes curved dangerously, and she said coldly, "You mean you don't want to hand it over? What do you think?" Zhuowen said mockingly. Boom! A terrifying aura gushed out. Chun Hui's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she said, "I will ask you one more time. Are you going to hand it over or not? A late-stage supreme being?" When Jianan and Gatha sensed Chun Hui's aura, their faces turned pale. They hadn't expected her to have such a powerful cultivation base. As expected, the geniuses of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty couldn't be underestimated. The commotion on Chun Hui's side naturally attracted the attention of many nearby martial artists. Numerous gazes shot over. 3 young men walked out from the crowd and stood behind Chun Hui. They stared at Zhuowen coldly. They were also geniuses of the Alcade Holy Dynasty. They had been attracted by the commotion caused by Chun Hui's group. When they discovered the Chun Hui assembly, they naturally came to her side. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "No." "Good. If you don't want to hand it over, I will take it away from you. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the geniuses of the Alcade Holy Dynasty?" Chun Hui cried out. Like an ape, her figure flashed and arrived in front of Zhuo. A red longsword had unknowingly appeared in her jade-like hand. She waved her right hand and flames surged out, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. Clang! Zhuo stretched out his right hand and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. He flicked the tip of the spear and it accurately hit the red long sword. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Chun Hui's figure froze in mid-air as if time had stopped. Let's attack together and take down this kid. Chun Hui's eyes narrowed. She twisted her waist and changed the momentum of her sword. Blazing flames gushed out and shrouded Zhuo. The three young men looked at each other and nodded. Then, they turned into three shadows and rushed towards Zhuo. They formed a triangle and surrounded Zhuo. You are bullying me with numbers. Despicable. Jia Nan shouted angrily and rushed towards the three young men. He wanted to stop them from attacking Zhuo. How dare a kid at the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm stand in our way? Get lost. One of the three young men cried out coldly. He pointed with his right hand and a powerful yuan power surged out and smashed heavily onto Jia Nan's body. After which, Jia Nan was sent flying without any ability to resist and fell to the ground. Brother! Are you okay? Gatha came to Jia Nan's side and asked worriedly. I am fine. These people from the Alcade Holy Dynasty are despicable. They are besieging Brother Zhuo. I will not let them succeed. As he spoke, Jia Nan seemed as if nothing had happened, and he pounced towards the three young men once more. He seemed like a desperate man that didn't hold back at all. You are courting death. The two of you go and help Miss Chun Hui. Leave this kid to me. I will let him have a taste of his own medicine. The eyes of the young man who had attacked earlier were cold. He spoke to the other two young men before he headed towards Jia Nan. How dare a little ant make a fuss in front of me? You don't know how to write the word death. The young man arrived in front of Jia Nan in an instant. He flipped his right hand and surging origin energy blasted out. Jia Nan raised his hands to block the attack. However, the difference in strength was too great. Jia Nan was sent flying again and spat out a mouthful of blood. You want to be a hero with such little strength? You are simply courting death. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Jia Nan who was knocked to the ground. He intended to turn around and rush toward Zhuowen's group. Swoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart suddenly came from the young man. When the young man came to his senses, he saw Jia Nan's angry face was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. Bang! The young man's waist was hit and he couldn't help but stagger a few steps back. He looked at Jia Nan in surprise and said in a low voice, You are just a little ant from the Xuanzuan realm. How can you still have strength after receiving 2 full-strength attacks from me? Bullying the weak. Your Yaoguang Holy Dynasty is one of the 7 great forces in the Eastern Land. How can you be so despicable? Jia Nan panted and said angrily. Humph. Our Yaoguang Holy Dynasty doesn't need an ant like you to teach us a lesson. Die. The young man snorted coldly and attacked Jia Nan again. This time, he didn't show any mercy. Poochie. This time, the young man landed a heavy blow on Jia Nan's chest. Jia Nan's waist arched like a cooked prawn. Blood spurted out like a faucet that wasn't turned on properly. Many people were shocked when they saw this. The young man didn't show any mercy in this attack. He had used his full strength. Many people knew that Jia Nan was going to die this time. However, to their surprise, Jia Nan stood up again and pointed at the young man, shouting that the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty was despicable and shameless. Jia Nan's physique is a little special. At this moment, Chun Hui had already gathered the other 3 to besiege Zhuo. However, Zhuo seemed to be at ease. At the same time, he was still in the mood to pay attention to Jia Nan's situation. Jia Nan had been beaten up several times, but he seemed to be fine. Zhuowen was a little confused. How dare you multitask while fighting with us? I think you are courting death. Chun Hui's beautiful eyes were filled with anger when she saw Zhuowen's behavior. At the same time, there was a trace of shock in her eyes. The three of them had joined forces, but they still couldn't take down Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen seemed to be at ease. I don't want to play anymore. Let's end this battle. Zhuowen said indifferently. Immediately, he waved his blood spear. Suddenly, a terrifying sea of blood swept out from the void behind him. It turned into a blood-red vortex and swept towards Chun Hui and the other two, trying to engulf them. You don't want to play anymore? Do you think you are strong? You are just a mid-stage sovereign. Do you think you are qualified to say that? Let's kill him together. Zhuo Wen's words clearly provoked Chun Hui, causing her to shriek. She swung the red longsword in her jade-like hand and terrifying flames gushed out, forming a huge sea of fire around her. The other two also used their strongest moves, wanting to take down Zhuowen completely. Break! A dense and cold voice rang out. Immediately, the surrounding sea of fire was completely turned into powder and extinguished. Next, Chun Hui and the other two felt a powerful energy surge over. Before this energy, they felt as helpless as they were facing a vast ocean. This energy was too vast and boundless. Puff! The three of them spat out fresh blood and flew backwards. After which, they smashed heavily onto the ground. The young man, who was originally entangled with Jia Nan, had clearly heard the commotion. He turned his head and saw this scene, causing him to be involuntarily stunned. How is this guy so strong? This won't do. I have to find the third prince. The young man's face turned pale, and he actually slipped away at the first moment, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Zhuowen glanced at Chun Hui and the other two indifferently. Then, he came to Jia Nan's side. At this moment, Jia Nan sat on the ground with Gatha's help. He looked at Zhuowen excitedly and said, Brother Zhuowen. You are so powerful. I really didn't expect that even the people from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty couldn't do anything to you. Aren't you injured? Looking at the lively Jia Nan in front of him, Zhuowen's gaze turned strange. Jia Nan was only at the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm. The young man from before was at the Supreme Being realm. The latter's full attack wasn't something a cultivator from the Xuanzuan realm could withstand. However, Jia Nan was still lively after being attacked several times. It was as if he wasn't injured at all. If it wasn't for the shocking bloodstains on Jia Nan's clothes, Zhuowen would almost believe that he wasn't injured at all. I'm fine. My body has been resistant since I was young. I don't know why. Maybe my skin is too thick. Jia Nan scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Zhuowen checked Jia Nan's meridians. He found that other than some light injuries, there were no signs of serious injuries. Moreover, Zhuowen also found that the light injuries on Jia Nan's body seemed to be healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong recovery ability. This recovery ability is much stronger than mine with the Nether King's heart. Zhuowen thought to himself. Kid. Jia Nan's armor soul is extraordinary. Kid, you have to build a good relationship with this kid in the future. After entering the Divine Academy, this kid will be of great help to you. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Xiao Hei. Do you know something? Zhuowen asked curiously. Chapter 955. Yuansheng, Undying Armor Soul. Zhuowen was shocked. Zhuowen had heard about the Undying Armor Soul before. It was said that this armor soul was formless and intangible. Even if one's cultivation had advanced to the fourth venerable realm, the armor soul would not materialize. However, the power of this armor soul was one of the best among all armor souls. As long as the cultivator did not die, the undying armor soul would release a strong recovery power, allowing the cultivator's injuries to heal in a short time. It could be said that the cultivator with the undying armor soul was like a cockroach that could not be killed. No matter how strong the attack was, as long as the attack did not annihilate the cultivator would not die. It was said that as the cultivator's cultivation level increased, the power of the undying armor soul would also become more and more abnormal. For example, a broken arm could be regrown. Even if the cultivator's physical body and nascent soul were destroyed, as long as there was a drop of blood, the cultivator could still be revived with this drop of blood. However, the revival time would be very long. Therefore, in the history of the heavenly armor continent, the cultivators with the undying armor soul would usually divide their blood essence into many parts and hide them in extremely secret places. If they were unlucky and died, they would be completely immortal with the help of the undying armor soul. In a sense, the undying armor soul was more precious and rare than a ninth-grade dragon soul. Moreover, it was also a kind of abnormal armor soul that many experts were afraid of. Zhuowen did not expect Jianan, who came from the far west, to have the undying armor soul. It was no wonder that he could cultivate to the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm at such a young age despite his humble background. This boy's talent could not be underestimated. Then, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Gatha, who was beside Jianan. Gatha's talent seemed to be stronger than Jianan's. However, this girl did not have any combat experience. When Jianan was fighting just now, she only stood aside in a panic. Zhuowen could faintly feel that these two siblings were extraordinary. Perhaps they would achieve great things in the future. This was especially true for Kanan. If he did not fall midway, he would definitely be a monstrous existence when he grew up. You've got guts. You actually dared to touch the people of our Yaoguang holy dynasty. Today, I'll kill you. A thunderous voice rang out, and then two figures suddenly rushed over from the other side of the deck. One of them was the young man who had fled just now, and the other was no stranger to Zhuowen. It was actually the third prince of the Yaoguang holy dynasty, Yuansheng. It's actually the third prince of the Yaoguang holy dynasty, Yuansheng. That brat is actually from the Yaoguang holy dynasty. He's simply courting death. An uproar broke out all around. Yuansheng's roar naturally attracted everyone's attention. Only then did everyone realize that Chen Hui and the other two were actually from the Alcade sacred dynasty. Many people had heard of the Yaoguang holy dynasty, so they looked at Zhuowen and the other two with pity in their eyes. Your Highness, this little bastard actually dared to bully me. You have to uphold justice for me. Moreover, just now, he even said that our Yaoguang holy dynasty is nothing. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. It's really hateful. As soon as Yuansheng arrived, Chen Hui quickly grabbed Yuansheng's right arm and acted coquettishly. Her words were directed at Zhuowen. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Yuansheng's arrival, 3 more figures rushed over. These 3 figures were middle-aged men who were over 50 years old. The aura on their bodies was extremely vast. They were all heavenly venerables. At this moment, the 3 of them knelt on one knee on the ground and said respectfully, Your Highness, this person looks down on everyone and despises the dignity of the Yaoguang holy dynasty. Let us teach him a good lesson. Yuansheng waved his hand and raised his chin. He looked down at Zhuowen and said arrogantly, He's just an ant at the middle stage of the venerable realm. There's no need for the 3 of you to take action. After saying that, Yuansheng slowly walked towards Zhuowen and said indifferently, Killing is not allowed in the Skyan sailboat, so you're lucky to have met this prince here. I won't kill you. I'll only cut off one of your arms. In the future, you'll remember that there are some people you can't afford to provoke. It's obviously that bitch behind you who provoked Brother Zhuo first. Brother Zhuo was just defending himself. How can you twist the truth and cut off Brother Zhuo's arm? Isn't your Yaoguang holy dynasty a little too despicable? Jia Nan's face turned red and he couldn't help but shout angrily. Where did this little bastard come from? How dare you boast shamelessly in front of this prince? I think you're courting death. Yuanqing's eyes turned cold and he pressed his right hand against the void. Terrifying origin energy condensed into a huge palm and pressed down on Jia Nan. At this moment, Jia Nan's injuries had yet to heal. Moreover, Yuanqing's cultivation was at the early Golden Venerable realm, which was 2 realms higher than him. The difference in their strength was too great. Jia Nan couldn't resist this attack at all. Boom! A terrifying fire of the sun gushed out from Zhuowen's body and turned into a huge fire python. It instantly entangled the origin energy palm in the sky. With a twist, the origin energy palm was completely annihilated. You're indeed the 3rd prince of the Yaoguang holy dynasty. You're even able to bully the weak without losing your face. Zhuowen said indifferently. However, Yuanqing's face darkened and he snorted coldly, You have a sharp tongue. After I've dealt with you, the 3 of you will be punished accordingly. Having said that, Yuanqing stomped his foot and the aura of the early Golden Venerable realm gushed out. It was as though a vast origin energy ocean had formed around his body. At the same time, Yuanqing flicked his right hand and a golden scepter appeared in his palm. There was a crystal-clear gem embedded at the top of the scepter. The scepter's aura was surging and there was a royal aura. It was obvious that the scepter was a royal spiritual treasure and its aura was vast and mighty. Yuanqing was enveloped in golden light and he looked like an emperor who was revered by tens of thousands of people. Many people felt ashamed of their inferiority. In the golden light, Yuanqing looked down at Zhuowen and said in a majestic voice, Because of my benevolence, I've only chosen to cut off one of your arms. Of course, if you kneel down and cut off one of your arms, I'm willing to forgive your sins. Many people looked at Yuanqing who was enveloped in golden light and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, the scepter in Yuanqing's hand was not an ordinary royal spiritual treasure. The power it exuded was vast and mighty. In addition to Yuanqing's Golden Venerable realm cultivation, ordinary Golden Venerables might not be a match for Yuanqing. Is it so great to have a royal spiritual treasure? A mocking smile appeared on Zhuowen's face. He stomped his foot, and an endless amount of fire of the sun shot out. Then, a blazing sun slowly rose behind him. If one looked carefully, it was not a blazing sun but a furnace enveloped in sun fire. The surface of the furnace was engraved with sun runes and its power was not inferior to the scepter in Yuanqing's hand. An ant like you actually has a royal spiritual treasure. Yuanqing's eyes narrowed and he was surprised. However, he still said with contempt, But an ant will always be an ant. You're only at the intermediate stage of the sovereign realm. Do you think you can resist me with a royal spiritual treasure? Soon, I'll let you know that your reliance is nothing but an illusion because it's futile in front of powerful strength. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Are you done? I still haven't seen you display any powerful strength, but I can see that your eloquence is unparalleled. Yuanqing's face stiffened and he snorted coldly, You'll regret what you just said. I've decided to break your arms and let you repent. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his right hand and shouted, Golden Dragon Curse, come out and destroy. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded. Then, the golden light around Yuanqing turned into a huge golden dragon. It swooped down and swept towards Zhuowen, wanting to tear Zhuowen into pieces. 3 suns. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. Endless flames of the great sun gushed out and condensed into 3 dazzling blazing suns above his head. The 3 blazing suns rose and then fell, blasting toward the golden dragon. Rumble. The golden dragon and the suns collided, and then a violent explosion resounded. The blazing sun's light and the golden dragon's light intersected, causing many cultivators on the deck to narrow their eyes. Whoosh! At the moment when the golden dragon and the sons were in a deadlock, a figure swept out, passed through the explosion, and rushed towards Yuansheng. It was Zhuowen with the blood spear in his hand. "You're courting death." Yuansheng's eyes turned cold. He waved the scepter in his hand and a blazing golden light gushed out, turning into a golden rain that enveloped Zhuowen. Azura blood spear. In midair, Zhuowen twisted his waist, and his entire body started to spin like a spiral. The space around him split open, and a sea of blood gushed out, transforming into a blood-colored whirlpool that wrapped around Zhuowen's body. Bang! 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 The golden rain fell and bombarded the blood vortex around Zhuowen, causing a slight pitter-patter sound. Zhuowen passed through the golden rain without any obstruction and rushed towards Yuansheng. Yuansheng's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of seriousness. He formed a seal with his right hand again, and the golden light changed again, turning into a monstrous golden hurricane that swept towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's lips curled. 3 pairs of lightning wings suddenly sprouted from his back. Then, the lightning wings spread out and his speed soared to the extreme. He forcibly bypassed the golden hurricane, avoiding the golden hurricane's trajectory in a strange arc, and arrived in front of Yuansheng in an instant. At this moment, Yuansheng's face finally changed. He did not expect Zhuowen to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Whoosh! The blood spear shuttled through the void and swept over in an instant. The tip of the spear emitted a demonic blood-red color. Yuansheng's scepter landed on the ground, and a golden light gushed out from it, turning into a thick golden barrier in front of him. Ding! The blood spear collided with the golden barrier, and the sound of metal clashing resounded. Then, it stopped in front of the golden barrier as if time had stopped. It seems that this prince has underestimated you. However, you're overestimating yourself if you want to attack this prince with such tricks. Looking at Zhuowen who was blocked outside the golden barrier, Yuansheng's lips were filled with a mocking smile. Do you really think that's all I have? Chapter 956. Emperor's auracrack spread out on the surface of the golden barrier. In the end, it completely shattered into countless golden lights. Subsequently, a blood spear shot out from the countless golden lights like a thread piercing through flowers. Puchi. A stream of blood violently spurted out. Subsequently, an arm holding a golden scepter soared into the sky while dripping with blood. After tumbling a few times in the air, it landed on the ground. Rumble. The sound of the scepter hitting the ground resounded, completely attracting the attention of countless people in the surrounding area. When everyone's gaze landed on the golden scepter that was still rolling on the ground, as well as the arm that was holding it, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent. Ah! A miserable howl instantly resounded. Yuansheng, who was floating in the air, finally felt the pain in his right arm. He stretched out his left hand and touched his left arm. Only then did he realize that his right arm had been chopped off. Yuansheng held his right arm and continuously retreated. Both of his eyes were scarlet red. In front of everyone's eyes, his right arm had been chopped off. This was a great humiliation. Swoosh! As Yuansheng was retreating, a piercing sound swept over. Subsequently, an expressionless Zhuowen arrived in front of Yuansheng. The force of his right palm shot out towards Yuansheng. Bastard, you actually dared to chop off my arm. Yuansheng furiously roared. Ignoring the injury on his right arm, his left palm shot out in an attempt to block Zhuowen's attack. Because of my benevolence, I only cut off one of your arms. Otherwise, that spear earlier would not have pierced your right arm. Instead, it would have pierced your heart, Zhuowen coldly mocked. Hearing these words, Yuansheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this the boast he had made earlier? Now that Zhuowen had purposely mentioned it, it was simply a ruthless slap to his face. Boom! The two palms collided again. Unfortunately, Yuanqing had lost an arm and his qi and blood were not strong enough. It was impossible for him to block Zhuowen's palm. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Yuanqing fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The strong impact almost made Yuanqing faint. Whoosh! Just as Yuanqing was about to stand up, Zhuowen was already standing in front of him. Zhuowen ruthlessly stomped on his chest, causing the former to groan and fall to the ground again. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they watched this scene. As the third prince of the Alcade sacred dynasty, Yuansheng was extremely talented and his cultivation level was at the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm. However, he was now being trampled on. Moreover, this person's age and cultivation were lower than Yuansheng's. Originally, this battle should have been without suspense. However, the result now was beyond everyone's expectations. Yuansheng was defeated and he lost miserably. I say, third prince of the Yaoguang holy dynasty. You just said that I am an ant that is not worth mentioning. Now, you are being trampled on by the ant that you said. How do you feel? Zhuowen asked calmly. As soon as these words came out, a mocking look appeared in the eyes of many people. Yuansheng was incomparably overbearing and did not put Zhuowen in his eyes at all. But now, Zhuowen, who he did not put in his eyes, was stepping on his chest in a victorious manner. Such a turn of events made him feel ashamed. Chun Hui, who had a sneer on her face, froze at this moment. It was replaced by a look of disbelief. The invincible third prince in her heart was being trampled on the ground in such a humiliating manner. She could not believe it at all. Even Jia Nan and Gatha were stunned. Originally, they did not think that Zhuowen would be a match for Yuansheng. But now, they had to believe that Zhuowen was indeed very strong. After regaining their senses, the two of them stared at Zhuowen's figure. Light flickered in their eyes, revealing a touch of excitement. Yuansheng's eyes were full of humiliation. He roared, "Let go of this prince immediately, or I will make you die miserably." You want me to die miserably? You are like a stray dog now. How can you make me die miserably? Zhuowen said indifferently. Boom! 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 3 terrifying auras suddenly gushed out. Immediately, the 3 heavenly masters of the Yaoguang holy dynasty, who were not far away, attacked at the same time, rushing towards Zhuowen. Little bastard, how dare you do such a thing to the third prince? You are courting death. In an instant, the 3 heavenly masters formed a triangle and surrounded Zhuowen. Their terrifying auras firmly locked onto Zhuowen. Despicable. Your Yaoguang holy dynasty's third prince is not a match for Brother Zhuo. You 3 elders actually joined hands to deal with Brother Zhuo. Don't you have any sense of shame? Jia Nan was extremely angry. He roared and wanted to rush towards Zhuowen. However, he was stopped by Zhuowen. Jia Nan, don't be impulsive. I am fine. Jia Nan stopped and said worriedly, but, the 3 of them are heavenly masters. Jia Nan did not finish his words, but Zhuowen knew what he wanted to say. Zhuowen was only at the sovereign realm, while the 3 middle-aged men were heavenly masters. Although Zhuowen had shown great strength in defeating Yuansheng, the gap between their realms was too big. Zhuowen could not be a match for the 3 of them. After all, the difference between the Venerate realm and the heavenly Venerate realm was 2 whole realms. The difference in strength was bound to be huge. Although Zhuowen had defeated a Yuan sage cleanly, that Yuan sage was merely a golden Venerate powerhouse. Little bastard. Quickly release the third prince, or else your end will be extremely miserable. The 3 Empyrean powerhouses surrounded Zhuowen, their eyes full of threat. Zhuowen slowly got up and raised his right hand, lifting Yuansheng in the palm of his hand as if he was lifting a chick. At the same time, a seal appeared on his right hand. It was a communication seal that could be used to contact Xiang Tianzuan and the other 4. The three heavenly masters of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty changed their faces and their eyes were filled with coldness. This lad was too audacious. He actually dared to lift the prince of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty in such a humiliating manner. This lad deserved to die. What? You want to fight? You should know that your third prince is still in my hands. If the three of you dare to fight, this lad will definitely die, Zhuowen said indifferently. The faces of the three heavenly venerates stiffened. They stopped in mid-air and stared at Zhuowen with flickering eyes. They were really afraid that Zhuowen would kill Yuan Sheng in a suicidal manner. The surrounding people were in an uproar as they stared at Zhuowen in surprise. At the same time, they were trying to guess the origin of Zhuowen. He didn't give the Yaoguang sacred dynasty any face. Wasn't he afraid of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty's revenge? Oh. Yuan Sheng, you are really in a sorry state. How could you be reduced to such a sorry state by a mere venerate? I wonder if your father will punish you if he sees you humiliating him here. A dark and cold voice was transmitted over. Immediately, three people walked out from the crowd at the side. The person at the front was wearing a long blue robe. There was a huge blue whale picture on his long robe. It looked extremely lifelike and lifelike. Blue smoke. You bastard, this lad isn't ordinary. If you fight him, you won't be any better than me. Yuan Sheng's gaze was extremely cold. He didn't struggle as he was being held by Zhuowen. Instead, he looked very calm. Blue smoke from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. This blue smoke is a noble descendant of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. His talent is extremely high, and he's much stronger than most of the princes of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. He's famous in the entire Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. He's actually on the Heaven's Edge sailboat. The Heaven's Edge sailboat's first stop is the Outer Court of Fine Divinity Institute. I'm afraid many of the top geniuses of the Eastern lands will rush there to participate in the exam. This blue smoke and Yuansheng should be here for that. The mysterious youth who defeated Yuansheng should be here as well. His background shouldn't be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to look down on the Brilliance Holy Dynasty. After Yuansheng mentioned Blue Smoke's name, many people in the surroundings whispered, and they instantly revealed Blue Smoke's background. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Another genius from the Holy Dynasty had appeared. Moreover, this Blue Smoke's aura was much stronger than Yuansheng's. He had probably reached the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm. No wonder this Blue Smoke looked down on Yuansheng. Yuansheng's gaze was dark as he stared at Zhuowen. He said coldly, "Put me down, then kneel and kowtow to me 3 times and 9 times. Become my slave, and I'll spare your dog life." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This Yuansheng was now in his hands, yet he still dared to talk nonsense. Was there something wrong with his head? Don't you know your current situation? Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Yuansheng smiled strangely and said, "Your strength is not bad. You're obviously only at the mid-stage of the Venerable Realm, but your combat strength is comparable to a Golden Venerable. Moreover, you're much stronger than an ordinary Golden Venerable. You're a genius. Originally, I wanted to keep you by my side and make you my most loyal slave, but now, you've completely lost that opportunity. So, you're finished." As soon as Yuansheng said that, a sense of foreboding rose in Zhuowen's heart. Then, an extremely powerful force surged out of Yuansheng's body. This force contained the majestic Emperor's qi. An illusory star rushed out of Yuansheng's body and swept towards Zhuowen. The power of an emperor. Zhuowen's face changed drastically. He quickly let go of Yuansheng's right hand and stepped back. Unfortunately, this illusory star was like a maggot that stuck to Zhuowen's bones. It wouldn't stop until it completely annihilated Zhuowen. Azura blood spear. Zhuowen roared furiously. Then, an endless sea of blood enveloped him and blocked in front of him, turning into a blood-red barrier. Crack! Unfortunately, the blood-red barrier was useless in front of the illusory star. It collapsed and shattered into countless blood-red powder. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't expect that Yuanqing actually had the power of an emperor hidden in his body. Although this power of an emperor was very little, it wasn't something that an ordinary venerable could resist. Yuanqing fell to the side and his face was slightly pale. He took out a jade bottle from his spiritual ring, removed the stopper, and poured it on the wound on his severed right arm. TSS. 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 A subtle sound rang out. Shortly after, Yuanqing let out a low groan. Then, his severed right arm grew back. Picking up the golden scepter, Yuanqing waved his right hand. The illusory star didn't chase after Zhuowen, but returned to Yuanqing's body. This illusory star was a strand of power that his emperor father had left in his body. Every time he used it, it would decrease a little. He wouldn't waste it on Zhuowen. After all, the outer courtyard exam of Jiashan Academy was filled with danger. This thing had to be saved for that time. Chapter 957. Blue Smoke. Yuanqing was in a bad mood. That wisp of emperor force was his final trump card. Once it was unleashed, even a heavenly master would be put in a difficult position. He had reserved this trump card for the outer court assessment. Now that he had used it in advance, it had been seen by Blue Smoke and many others. When the time came for the outer court assessment, many people who had seen his trump card would be on guard. Then, he would lose the element of surprise. All of this was caused by Zhuowen. Therefore, Yuanqing now had the intention to kill Zhuowen. The three heavenly masters nodded respectfully and looked at Zhuowen with a grim smile. Because Yuanqing was in Zhuowen's hands, the three heavenly masters were afraid to make a move. That kind of feeling was quite sullen. Now that Yuanqing was out of danger, they could attack without any scruples. This kid in front of them dared to threaten three dignified heavenly masters. He was simply courting death. Swoosh! Swoosh! The three heavenly masters turned into three phantoms and rushed towards Zhuowen from three blind spots, blocking all of Zhuowen's escape routes. Brother Zhuo, be careful! Jia Nan and Gatha exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes were filled with resentment. The people of the Yaoguang holy dynasty were too despicable. Not only did they fight with people of the same generation, but now that Yuanqing was defeated, they actually sent three heavenly masters to deal with him. The surrounding onlookers also revealed mocking expressions. Zhuo Wen's performance was indeed eye-catching, but there was no suspense at all for a mere middle-stage sovereign to face the joint forces of three heavenly sovereigns. What an unlucky kid. Blue Smoke crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a good show. He naturally didn't think that Zhuowen could withstand the joint attack of three heavenly masters. Kid! Are you regretting your rude behavior just now? If you had obediently listened to His Majesty's arrangement and become his servant, you might still have a chance to live. But now, you're finished. In an instant, the three heavenly masters were already close to him. One of the heavenly masters sneered, revealing a row of white teeth. It looked extremely frightening. However, Zhuowen stood where he was calmly. There was no fear on his face. The terrifying aura emitted by the three heavenly venerates created a gust of wind that blew at Zhuowen's messy hair. Finished? Maybe not. An indifferent voice sounded. Then, three figures suddenly shot out from behind Zhuowen. They moved as fast as lightning and protected Zhuowen. Boom boom. The three heavenly masters, who was attacking Zhuowen, felt their palms were blocked by a powerful force. They heavenly masters and heavenly masters. Of the three heavenly masters. Heavenly masters, heavenly masters. What's going on? It only took a blink of an eye for the three heavenly masters to retreat. Many people didn't even see what had happened. The three heavenly masters of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty were forced to retreat. When everyone's eyes focused on Zhuowen again, they saw 5 figures with strong auras standing in front of Zhuowen. They were Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 4 heavenly masters. When Zhuowen mentioned Yuansheng, he had already informed Ziyang Tianzuan and the others to come to the deck through the mark on his hand. When Ziyang Tianzuan and the others arrived, the 3 heavenly masters had joined forces to besiege Zhuowen. The 3 heavenly masters were White Brow Holy Master, Sunset Moon Holy Master, and Yellow Jade Holy Master. Greetings, Master. The 5 heavenly masters stood in front of Zhuowen. They turned around and bowed respectfully to Zhuowen. Everyone who saw this was shocked. It was normal for a genius to have the protection of an Empyrean powerhouse. But, the relationship between a genius and an Empyrean powerhouse was unequal. Very few Empyreans would be willing to become the servant of a weaker martial artist. That was because the status of a servant was completely unequal. If the master wanted the servant to die, the servant had to die. This was a huge restriction on the status of a servant. Although the 3 heavenly masters of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty were quite respectful to Yuansheng, it was also because of Yuansheng's identity and background. They were still equal in status. But now, these 5 celestial lords who had appeared out of nowhere were actually respectfully addressing Zhuowen as their master without any complaints. This had really caused everyone's jaws to drop. Could it be that this young man's background was really extraordinary? He actually had 5 celestial lords as his servants. Blue Smoke, who was standing in front of the crowd, narrowed his eyes. He was quite surprised that Zhuowen actually had 5 heavenly master servants. A wisp of light flashed across his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Yuansheng was also stunned. Obviously, he had not expected such a situation to happen. The young man, who was just an ant in his eyes, actually had 5 heavenly master servants. Jia Nan and Gatha were also stunned. When they first met Zhuowen, they had noticed that Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 4 were extraordinary. However, they did not expect that all 5 of them were heavenly masters. Moreover, they were also important servants of Zhuowen. What is Brother Zhuo's identity? He has 5 heavenly master servants. This kind of treatment is not much worse than Yuansheng's. Jia Nan and Gatha looked at each other and revealed a look of shock. They did not expect that Zhuowen actually had such a powerful force behind him. He even had the protection of 5 heavenly masters. Yuansheng. It seems that you have kicked an iron plate. However, I think that our 3rd prince of the Yaoguang holy dynasty had one of his arms chopped off in front of everyone. I don't think our 3rd prince will be able to swallow such humiliation, right? If we don't get back at him, our Yaoguang holy dynasty will become a joke. Blue Smoke spoke again. However, this time, his words vaguely poked Yuansheng's sore spot, causing Yuansheng's face to turn extremely ugly. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. Blue Smoke's purpose was obviously to provoke a fight between him and Yuansheng. Blue Smoke. Have you said enough? If you say another word, don't blame me for attacking you, Yuansheng said coldly. Blue Smoke's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said with a smile, Yuansheng. Why do you have to vent your anger on me? Isn't it that brat who made you like this? What's the use of getting angry at me? Or are you, Yuansheng, afraid and want to retreat? Shut your dog mouth. Do I need you to tell me what to do? Yuansheng said coldly to Blue Smoke. Then, he glared fiercely at Zhuowen and said, You're just a coward who relies on the strength of 5 celestial masters. If my 2 uncles didn't take my eldest brother and second brother to Jiasheng first, the 5 celestial masters would just be a joke. You said that I'm a coward who only knows how to hide behind the celestial masters. Then, how good are you? You can't defeat me, but you sent 3 celestial masters to encircle me. Do you think that's a glorious thing? Zhuowen sneered coldly. However, his heart was filled with vigilance. The foundation of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty was very deep. From the words of the Yuan sage just now, it could be inferred that the Yuan sage had two elder brothers who were much stronger than him. Moreover, the two uncles he mentioned, Zhuowen suspected that they were two emperor realm experts. After all, the Yaoguang holy dynasty's foundation was much stronger than the Qing Xian Empire and Yan Xian Empire. It was impossible for there to be only one emperor realm expert. Yuanqing's eyes were cold, and he said, "Humph. Don't let me see you again during the outer courtyard assessment, or I'll make you die a horrible death." After saying that, Yuanqing left the deck with the three celestial masters and returned to the special cabin. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Zhuowen, and he couldn't regain his face. Naturally, he didn't want to stay on the deck any longer. The foundation of these holy dynasties is really extraordinary. The medicine that Yuanqing used to regrow his severed arm is probably not ordinary. Your Qing Xian Empire has never seen such a miraculous thing. Xiao Hei's voice resounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen rolled his eyes at her, but he didn't say anything. Yuanqing really had a lot of trump cards, especially that monarch Qi. It was especially terrifying. Zhuowen discovered that Yuanqing's monarch Qi was much stronger than Emperor Qing's. It probably wasn't something that a low-level Emperor realm expert could possess. It was very likely that it was the monarch Qi of a mid-level Emperor realm expert. However, Yuanqing obviously cherished that strand of monarch Qi. After using it to escape from Zhuowen's hand, he immediately kept it. Obviously, the monarch Qi should be used up, and Yuanqing didn't want to waste it. Originally, Yuanqing thought that the three celestial masters would be enough to kill Zhuowen. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Zhuowen still had 5 celestial masters behind him. Many cultivators on the deck pointed at Zhuowen, their eyes filled with fear. A person who could have 5 celestial masters as his servants must have a powerful background. Therefore, they were naturally foolish enough to provoke Zhuowen. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound of footsteps could be heard, startling Zhuowen out of his thoughts. Lifting his head slightly, Zhuowen saw a smiling young face. Zhuowen wasn't unfamiliar with this face. It was actually Blue Smoke, who had provoked Yuanqing with his words just now. Blue Smoke's face was filled with a warm smile. He walked naturally to Zhuowen, as if they were old friends. Just now, he had been inciting Yuanqing to kill Zhuowen. Hypocrite. Zhuowen secretly defined Blue Smoke in his heart. This Blue Smoke was definitely a shrewd person, so Zhuowen was still very wary of him. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen asked coldly. Blue Smoke's footsteps stiffened, but he soon calmly stood in front of Zhuowen, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect this brother's strength to be so great. You even have 5 celestial master servants following behind you. I'm afraid this brother's background isn't simple, right? This one is Blue Smoke, the son of a marquis of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. May I know this brother's name and which holy dynasty you come from? After all, you don't look familiar to me," Blue Smoke said with a smile. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he said, "I'm just a wandering cloud and a wild crane. This one's background can't compare to Sir Blue Smoke's. Of course, my strength is also far inferior, so there's no need to mention me." After saying that, Zhuowen didn't wait for Blue Smoke to speak and walked past him. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with Blue Smoke. Chapter 958. Discussion. The deck of the World's Edge sailboat was very large. Although the battle between Zhuowen and Yuanqing had caused quite a stir, only the cultivators on the deck knew about it. Moreover, most of the people on the World's Edge sailboat this time were geniuses who were participating in the outer court assessment of Fine God Academy. Geniuses were usually proud and arrogant, and it was common for them to prove their strength through battles. Therefore, the commotion caused by the battle between Zhuowen and Yuanqing gradually died down after everyone discussed it for a while. Young master. This person is so rude. He dares to look down on you just because he has 5 heavenly venerables. Doesn't he know that 5 heavenly venerables are nothing in front of our Blue Whale holy dynasty? The 2 heavenly venerables behind Blue Smoke revealed a trace of anger when they saw Zhuowen's rude behavior. Blue Smoke shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm just curious about this kid's background. Not to mention the 5 heavenly venerables behind him, just the fact that he can make an early golden venerate Yuanqing look so miserable, this kid is definitely not simple. This kid's battle strength is indeed extraordinary, but compared to young master, he's still lacking. After all, if you were to fight with Yuanqing, you would only need a few moves to defeat Yuanqing." The 2 heavenly venerables flattered. The corners of Blue Smoke's mouth rose slightly, and he said indifferently, "Of course. My opponents are merely the top geniuses of the 7 major forces. Although this kid is not bad, he's still not qualified to be my opponent." The 2 heavenly venerables nodded. Blue Smoke's talent in the Blue Whale holy dynasty was obvious to all. With his lowly status as the son of a noble, he faced difficulties step by step, suppressing many princes and chasing after the holy dynasty's crown prince. What kind of glory was that? Let's go. Whether he's a dragon or a snake, we can only prove it in the outer court assessment. Blue Smoke silently glanced at Zhuowen's back, then left the deck with the 2 heavenly venerables. At this moment, Zhuowen had already left the deck with Xiang Tianzuan and arrived at the northern part of the deck. There were fewer people there, and it was quieter. The 2 little fellows, Jia Nan and Jia Sha, followed behind Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Zhuowen's performance just now was too shocking. The Yaoguang holy dynasty's 3rd prince, Yuanqing, had come aggressively to denounce and provoke Zhuowen. But not only did he fail, but Zhuowen's heavenly venerables, he had even lost. The 3 great heavenly venerates of the Alcade sacred dynasty wanted to bully the weak but had never expected that Zhuowen would have 5 great heavenly venerates behind him. The Yuan sage was once again defeated. "Brother Zhuo, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You have 5 heavenly venerables protecting you. The force behind you must be very powerful, right?" Kanan asked excitedly. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on Zhuo Wenlu's face as he gazed at Jia Nan's excited and clear eyes. Jia Nan is really naive. He actually casually asked such private questions. However, Zhuowen also knew that this was Kanan's nature, so he didn't mind too much. Instead, he smiled and said, "You can understand it that way. But this time, the outer court recruitment of Excellent God Academy doesn't depend on how strong the force behind you is, but on your own strength and potential." It was too troublesome to explain the origins of Xiang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables, so Zhuowen didn't plan to go into detail. He just wanted Kanan and Gatha to think that the 5 heavenly venerables were sent by the force behind him to protect him. I must enter Excellent God Academy this time. Once I succeed, I will return to the far west with my sister to revive our family." Kanan nodded and said proudly. "Revive our family." Zhuowen nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He also wanted to revive his family. Fortunately, he had arranged for the Zhuo family members to stay in the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Hall was surrounded by the Azure Dragon source energy. The source energy was extremely beneficial to a warrior's cultivation. In addition, the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka from 10,000 years ago. Perhaps they could use the Azure Dragon source energy to awaken their own dragon soul. Zhuowen was very clear about the strength of a dragon soul. Even if it was a low-level dragon soul, the power it could display was much stronger than an ordinary armor soul. If many members of the Zhuo family awakened their dragon soul, their strength would increase greatly. After staying on the deck for a while, Kanan and Gatha wanted to go back to rest, so Zhuoan had Xiang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables accompany them back to the third-class cabin. He remained on the deck, silently looking at the terrible weather outside. "Brother Zhua, I didn't expect you to come to the deck for a breath of fresh air. What a coincidence." A familiar voice sounded. Zhuoan turned his head and saw Mo Lingtian walking towards him with a smile on his face. "What a coincidence." Zhuoan nodded and said with a faint smile. Mo Lingtian came to Zhuoan's side and followed Zhuoan's gaze. He also noticed the spectacular weather above the bitter sea and said, "Just now, Ling Tian heard that a young man fought with Yuanqing on the deck and actually cut off one of Yuanqing's arms." Yuanqing of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty was flustered and exasperated. He actually sent 3 heavenly venerables to deal with that young man. However, that young man actually had 5 heavenly venerables as his servants, causing Yuanqing to return in defeat. Mo Lingtian looked at Zhuoan with a smile. In fact, when he heard the rumor, he suspected that the young man who fought with Yuanqing should be Zhuoan. After all, Zhuoan also had 5 heavenly venerables as his guards. Zhuoan nodded and said indifferently, "It was Yuanqing and the others who provoked me first. They deserved to be humiliated." Mo Lingtian's heart trembled. The young man in the rumor was indeed Zhuoan. Yuanqing was an early-stage golden venerable genius, and a genius of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. His combat strength was definitely more terrifying than ordinary golden venerables. However, Zhuoan still managed to cut off one of his arms. Obviously, Zhuoan, whose cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the venerable realm, was even more terrifying. Mo Lingtian could do the same as a supreme venerate. However, Mo Lingtian knew that if he did not pay a certain price, it would be impossible for him to win against an early-stage golden venerate martialist. If Mo Lingtian were to fight with Yuanqing, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for Yuanqing. After all, they were both geniuses, and their combat strength couldn't be measured by cultivation alone. Mo Lingtian's cultivation was only at the peak of the venerable realm, which was weaker than Yuanqing. However, Zhuoan was able to cut off one of Yuanqing's arms. Even Mo Lingtian was shocked. Brother Zhua is indeed extraordinary. Defeating a golden venerable while at the venerable realm is something only the top geniuses of the Holy Dynasty can do. However, Brother Zhua isn't any worse than those top geniuses. Mo Lingtian sighed. Zhuoan shook his head and said, "Actually, it's just a fluke." Mo Lingtian took a deep look at Zhuoan. He knew that Zhuoan didn't want to talk about this topic, so he didn't mention it again. "Brother Mo, you are a prince of the Yan Xian dynasty. Do you know the details of the outer courtyard examination of the Jiaxin Academy?" Zhuoan suddenly asked. Mo Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Jiaxin Academy doesn't recruit students at a fixed time. As for the specific examination, it's different every time. I remember that the last time they recruited students was more than 10 years ago. Although the assessment is different every year, the format has never changed. There are 3 stages to the outer courtyard's assessment. The first stage is the basic stage. This basic stage has never changed. It tests bone age, cultivation base, and aptitude." Hearing that, Zhuoan was immediately interested and asked, "It actually tests bone age, cultivation, and aptitude. Are there any special requirements for these 3 aspects?" "Of course there are. The minimum requirement to enter the outer courtyard is that you must be under 25 years old and have a cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm. In the past, there was no lack of cultivators who came to take advantage of the situation. Although these cultivators were strong, they would still be rejected by the Jiaxin Academy." Mo Lingtian nodded and said. Zhuoan's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the selection process of the Jiaxin Academy was quite principled. However, it was also true. A cultivator's potential would explode at the age of 25. If they were nurtured well during this period, their future would be limitless. However, after the age of 25, their potential had already been set. Even if they had a high cultivation, their future achievements wouldn't be too high. The Jia Shan Academy obviously didn't want to waste time on such old cultivators. This was also why most of the cultivators who came to the Jia Shan Academy to participate in the examination were young cultivators. Moreover, all of them were geniuses. After all, to be able to reach the cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm before the age of 25, there weren't many geniuses in the Xian dynasty who were able to do so. Those who were able to do so were basically heaven-sent geniuses. And these heaven-sent geniuses in the Xian dynasty had become the minimum requirement for the Jia Shan Academy's enrollment. It could be seen how harsh the Jia Shan Academy's enrollment requirements were. As for aptitude, it's actually a cultivator's potential. The higher the aptitude, the greater the potential. This thing is originally an illusory thing and is simply hard to define. However, for a cultivator to reach the cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm before the age of 25, their aptitude wouldn't be bad. Therefore, this test is rather useless in the basic mode. Mo Lingtian continued. Zhuowen nodded and continued to ask, Brother Mo, what are the two levels after the basic mode? Mo Lingtian's mouth was full of bitterness as he said, the last two levels of the test are the outer court secret. Moreover, every time there's an enrollment, it will change. As for what kind of test it is, it's impossible for us to know. After all, if we knew the contents of the last two tests, as long as we came prepared, our chances of passing the test would greatly increase. The Jia Shan Academy wouldn't let this happen. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. However, he also understood that the last two tests were the most important criteria for the Jia Shan Academy's outer court enrollment. Only those who performed well in the last two tests would have a chance of entering the outer court. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.